Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Valencia. Oh, so George. Oh, no. How are you all today? Amazing. Okay. Thank you for being here. For whoever is outside this room and you're listening to this, please come join us. We're starting now. This is SeleniumConf and AppiumConf. Minutes of your time to give you minutes of your time to give you some housekeeping items and mention some few important things that we're having today and tomorrow. The first thing is that you have a badge on, well, I don't have it, but you have a badge on you, right? And you have the Wi-Fi password and the name of the network, but please be kind with this Wi-Fi because it works when it's being treated nicely. If you start watching videos, browsing social media, all these things constantly, the Wi-Fi might get, annoyed and go to have a siesta. So that's the problem that we're gonna have. So please be kind because also some speakers are gonna use the Wi-Fi to maybe stream something. So let's be kind because the main point here to be in person is to connect with each other and talk to each other. So let's avoid using the Wi-Fi as much as possible. But if you need to, please go for it. You want to attend. So the rooms that we have gotten a few questions about that. So this room is called the events room. So it's the third floor, the top floor. And on the second floor, we have the ocean room. So when you exit the elevator and you take your left, that biggest room in that level, that's the ocean room. And if you want to see one of the talks that is happening on the whole area, that's the ground room, that's the ground floor. That's where you did the registration. That's where you're gonna have this huge screen that will be awesome. So most of the coding talks or talks that have like some, like technical things will happen there. So you can see everything crystal clear. And yes, this is asked often. So yes, you will get a certificate of attendance. It will be mailed to you after the conference. So if someone is not here and you know them, tell them, yes, you're gonna get that. So I hope that the number of questions we get this year about that lowers, but yeah, you're gonna get that. And the next most common question from last year is, yes, everything is gonna be recorded and it's gonna be uploaded to the YouTube channel, the Selenium Conference YouTube channel. We're not gonna have the live stream because we actually checked and maybe 40 people connected live last year, so it doesn't really make sense to use that bandwidth for that, but we're gonna have every single talk recorded and posted online, maybe in the next 1 or 2 weeks after the event, okay? So if you wanna post your impressions of the conference during the breaks or during the talk, please use these hashtags and then we can find that post and reshare it with the rest of the community. We're gonna have the lightning talks. Do you all know what the lightning talks is? Raise your hand.
Diego?
Sorry?
What are lightning talks, Diego?
Thank you for asking. Who doesn't know what a lightning talk is? Raise your hand. Okay, so a good percentage of the audience. So this is basically a session that we're having tomorrow, as if it was like a talk, but it's gonna be split in slots of 5 minutes. How does this work? Maybe you have an idea, something you want to share. So we're gonna put a board out there where you can sign up, you can put your name, and you can put the name of the talk. And there is a last column we're gonna put where people can just drop by and put some votes. This could be easily manipulatable, but so let's say that we're gonna have the talks there, and at the end, we're gonna tell people who's gonna be selected for those talks. It's usually the first 5 or 10. So if people are quick during their presentation, maybe we can fit maybe 6 or 7 or maybe 8. So that's how it works. Basically, you have time to go to this board during the day today and until tomorrow at noon to put your name there and put the name of the talk you want to give for 5 minutes. and therefore you're just gonna get a slot and you're gonna get your video uploaded to YouTube, so you will have your a conference talk in your pocket there. So yeah, we ask you, please do not do vendor talks in this slot. Try to share something insightful for the community, something that is useful for everyone. So let's talk about the food, because if you come to Spain, one of the main attractions is the food. I'm going to tell you the different breaks we're going to have today. So after this keynote that will happen in a few minutes, you are going to have a break from 10 to 10:30, and it's going to happen outside. After that break, we're going to split into the 3 tracks into different levels we have. So here, top floor, second floor, and ground-based floor. At 12, and for 80 minutes, you can have really a good time and enjoy the terrace, some sun, and the food. We're going to have the lunch. But sharp at 14:50, at 2:50 in the afternoon, we're going to start. We're going to have our last coffee break. So lunch for 80 minutes, and then we're going to walk around. We have actually a little bell, and that's going to be the sign for you that it's the moment to come back and join the sessions. If you specified any dietary requirements in your registration, we're going to have that placed in a specific area, in a specific corner, but it's very important that you go and ask the waiters, saying like, hey, I'm a vegan, or I have a gluten-free diet requirement, so they can get that for you. So please don't wait somewhere just like, I need my food, like go and ask it, because the thing is that what happens often in conferences is that if you leave that food there, people don't know that this is for the vegetarians or for vegans or for gluten-free dietary requirements. So they just take it, right? So please ask for it and go and get your food. And stay hydrated. So in your swag bags, there is a bottle for the conference, and we have water stations here on the top floor, so you can hydrate yourself properly, and you don't need to reuse paper bags or plastic bags. Plastic cups and paper cups. We have a code of conduct, so it's really important that you have a look at it. But the gist of it is that we want everyone to feel welcome and safe. So please treat everyone in the same way you would like to be treated, and that's how we're going to get along nicely. If there are any issues, please find an organizer. So we are with this like kind of pinkish, like can you show that? Like, so that type of badge, we're around. Let us know if there is something that concerns you, and we can help you out. Getting to a close, almost, I just want to thank the organization, all the people who help us review all the program submissions. So thanks to them, we have this really great program with a lot of diversity, a lot of variety. So basically, all the work that you're going to see here is in big part thanks to them. So I hope you enjoy the program and you get good learnings from them, and you can share that with your colleagues and friends. I always want to take a brief moment to thank our local supporters. So we have our marketing agency here local, Azul Limon, and they have been extremely helpful. So every single piece of art you see in the conference, it's from their authoring, and I really like the way they do things. So every single thing you see, thanks to them. And also Onestic. Onestic is a local company, it's a conglomerate of companies, and they are helping us with all the financial, like accounting and like lawyers and all that, to figure out every single thing we need to do here for the conference. So thanks to them, this is actually happening. Thank you. So yeah, one important thing about in-person conferences is that you connect with people, right? So if you are at a talk and you don't really like it, feel free to go to the hallway track and meet other people, talk to the sponsors. Don't feel attached that you have to stay during the whole talk if you don't like it. Maybe go to another talk, find something that really that you can enjoy, right? And one quick thing, so tomorrow, the last session of the conference is the project members panel. So we're going to have a Slido there so you can post your questions that will be asked to the members of the panel of the project, right? So please take your time. We're going to share this QR code also. If you're in the Slack channel for the conference, we're going to put it there as well, this link. But take a moment to scan it, and as you go through the conference, maybe a question pops up and you can ask it there. There is no filter, just be kind, be nice, but you can ask about anything. Sorry, there was someone. Okay, all good? Yeah, I don't see any phones up. There is one phone left up. Okay, good. And on this slide, reload. Okay, one moment. Okay, so live captioning and translation, this is sponsored by Mobile Right, so they are helping us give you accessibility if you want to, listen or like read the captions of the presentation. The issue is that there is a QR code here, and I'm going to leave it like that for a moment so you can scan it. You also got this in an email, so the idea is that you download this live voice app, or you can also access it through the browser. It uses just a little bit of the bandwidth, so we're fine with that use. So you can join this and then see how the transcription is going. And if you want to, maybe if you are like a Spanish speaker and something, maybe you don't understand the talk, you can switch to Spanish. You can change and check the transcription in Spanish, or also there is like an audio translation in Spanish. This is also looping in the video that we have before every single talk. And yeah, today we're having at the end of the day our opening night reception, thanks to Vivium, I don't know how you pronounce it, Jason? That. And please join and have a look to the sponsor we have. It's Jason Huggins. If you don't know him, you will have the chance to get to know him later. Creator of a few projects around Selenium, Appium, and now Vivium as well. Today at 18. We also want to thank our Selenium level sponsors. You cannot imagine, this project wouldn't exist, I think, without these three companies. They do so much for the project in terms of having people working in the project, but also sponsoring the conferences and also helping out in many, many different ways. So thanks to them, this project is still alive. And of course, there are many more sponsors, so really thanks to every single sponsor who's helping out. This conference wouldn't really happen without them. Balancing costs and income and all that is really complicated, so thanks to them, we're actually having this conference. Last thing I want to mention before giving the mic to our keynote speaker is the Trivia Hall exhibit game. So you have this passport in your bag, and the idea is that you go around the sponsors, you answer their questions, and then basically you're able to be in the raffle for a really, really good prize for each one of the sponsors. And that's it. Please enjoy the conference, make it yours, learn, make connections, and have fun in Valencia. Enjoy the food and enjoy the sun. Thank you. Bye. So I'm going to let some people sit. I'm going to take 2 minutes, and while that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. We have Baruch from Turkey, and Baruch is a person, when I was asking who can give a keynote at SeleniumConf, basically many people recommended Baruch. So one of the main persons was Wim Celes, but I'm sure Baruch is going to give a really good keynote and is going to leave us energized with many things. With over 20 years of experience in the field, please welcome.
I think I will use it, yes. Just need half a minute to be ready for you. Okay, I'm ready. Okay. So welcome and thank you for the organization team to invite me here. You can count me as an outsider. It doesn't mean that I don't like Selenium Appium. Using it extensively with my teams, with people. I'm consulting and doing projects with those nice solutions for many years. But still, you know, I had a respect to people who are contributing a lot to the idea, to the ecosystem, attending all the conferences, all the occasions, let me say. I think I have a lot of respect to those. So, yeah, my name is Barış. Trying to do some reflections on quantum physics, which I love a lot. So I think in my early secondary school days, I had a newspaper, and the title was "Light is a Wave or a Particle." It attracted me a lot. So until that moment, I thought that it looks like a wave, but also it could bounce from different places or could not penetrate from different surfaces. So I thought that it could also be a particle. So that is how my curiosity started with quantum physics. And yeah, let us talk about what we have. So yeah. Thanks to Diego for introducing me. This is who I am. Live in Istanbul, in Turkey. So, 24 years in the field, being involved in many different projects, trying to also author books in my own experience, of course. So this one is the last one, which is influenced from Leonardo da Vinci, a very interdisciplinary person that I admire a lot. So, yeah, and also some children's books. In the pandemic era, I wrote them. So I couldn't find anyone to transform, or no one was consulting me but my kids. So try to gamify all those things, including agile, automation, object-oriented programming, artificial intelligence, and those kind of things. And now the time comes to publish them. So, yes, this is, you know, a heavy duty for me to do the opening keynote for this session, telling you. I have a lot of respect to everyone working for this ecosystem to be here. I know many names, but some people are new to me. So let me start like a keynote. Let me give you some stats, figures, what happens in the current era of software testing. So I of course, try to read many different reports, try to understand how it evolves, our proficiency. So currently there are, based on the World Economic Forum, there are more than 30 million developers. There are more than 8 million testers worldwide, which could make it, if it was a country, it would be around 120th country based on the population. And if you look at how big also the automation engineers, I think we have lots of test automation people here, don't want to call themselves testers, yeah? You don't want to call yourself a tester or not? No. Okay. I like it. So being a tester is okay for me, but yeah, maybe not for everyone. They try to call themselves software developer, development engineer in test architect, crazy names, you know, very nice and fancy. QA, why not? Maybe fancier than tester. So for my sessions, I did a keynote 10 years ago. The slogan, the motto of the talk was, "Life is a test, every human a tester," was my motto. That is why we name our company as Tester U, because we try to tell people that you are already testers, and testing is maybe one of the oldest skills that we have. When we were born with those skills. embedded into our DNA. We control things, we check things, we are being tested by many people. You know, my wife always comes to me, do you love me? Yes. Yeah, I need to test it, so do this for me. From time to time, I fail to do those things, but again, you can test feelings, you can test emotions, you can test basically everything. So testability is all around us, am I right? So, okay, very nice. Total project cost, if you ask me, I would say half goes to testing, but project managers, they never accept it. They try to push it low, 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 but yeah, in the end, it turns out to be that 50% goes to testing, which is very good for us. It grows heavily, $60+ billion business, which is nice. Okay, from those fiscal things, economical things, we are sick of those. Yeah, we don't like it. But in the end, you know, our job is safe, which is good. So we can remain here, which is nice. Also, companies, they do suffer from bugs. You know it. So the top companies, the top lists, so you see that they have outages, they have bugs, and based on those bugs, maybe 10% of their revenue goes, which is good. Which is good for us, unfortunately, yeah. So I don't think that you are dreaming of a world without bugs, am I right? So we love bugs, of course. That is why we are here, so basically. Okay, risks. There is no zero risk, am I right? We love risks. Okay. We wish that, yeah, those messy things would continue. Okay. About automation testing, we have some figures. Yeah, okay. It is like 15 years ago, agile, you know. When you ask a person, do you do agile? They say, yeah, because, you know, how can they say, yeah, no, we are doing waterfall or a sequential stuff. It should be ashamed of, you know. Everyone says, yes, we do. Automation is the same. So if you ask it to a test team, do you do automation? Reply comes, yes, we do. Why? I don't know. Because I can. Maybe because I can, maybe not. Maybe they are, you know, measuring the return on investment, maybe not. Yeah, I will talk about those. Okay. AI-powered solutions, we love them. More than half of the teams are trying to use them. I think you also use them. Try to push AI into your lives, yes. But today, I'm not going to talk about how we can use AI in our lives. The more I'm going to talk about how can I test AI with the current deterministic test automation. That is, I think, the empty part. The other part, we solved it. Okay, very nice. Gen AI solutions, we are using those AI agents, Copilot, Gemini, whatever cloud you are using, you use them. How do you feel about bugs? Do we have better software with AI augmentation? I don't know, how do you feel about it? So do we have better quality? Because the human being is not doing the coding entirely, but some parts are coming from AI. Would it make it better? I don't know. But people have a tendency to say yes to this question because we have automation bias, you know. That is also related to automation. I'm going to talk about those. Okay, very nice. Teams are not that mature. We try to find more time in testing still. Still people are putting pressure on us based on timing. And this is our world. So, yeah. Digitalizing like hell, am I right? So no one could stop it. So we are not only digitizing ourselves and our systems, we are changing their nature. You all know it, you are very technical people, so I don't need to tell you what a deterministic system is, but we are going very fast to the probabilistic world. It means that, yeah, until now, as testers, we are more black and white, am I right? Pass, fail, I don't know. But in a probabilistic system, maybe this is not the case. Maybe there comes a new question. What is your confidence on the system? So tell me your confidence on the system, not tell me that this amount of tests are passing, this amount of tests are failing. Maybe that is not fitting to the probabilistic world. Okay. So I don't know if you love or like or follow those international standards. Do you do? You need to do until some extent. Don't, kill yourself with international standards, but they are international standards. ISO 25010, it says a software should be functional, should be compatible, should be efficient, should be reliable, should be secure, should be portable, blah, blah, blah. So many things we were testing until now. But now we need to test more things. And that is why there is a new standard, global standard, 25,059. So I wish everyone would read those and see that our expectations from an AI software, AI system is different. Not only these are valid, these are still valid, but not enough to cover the whole quality characteristics. You need to test transparency, explainability, interpretability, bias, ethics, those kind of things. So before, just very recently, until AI, we had an expected outcome. If it is there, we are okay. Now, we need to check the way. How did the outcome come up? Maybe it has some side effects. Maybe it is violating some ethical codes. I don't know. So that is going to make automation, test automation different. So in my own lens, of course, I see a world that is changing like you. So in my own experience, what are the problems in my daily life? How I can, consolidate them for you? These are the things. So we are automating the flows, but I don't think we are really good at understanding or, managing uncertainty. We are not there yet, if you ask me. We are measuring, coverage. People love those metrics. So the very first question comes, what is your coverage? What is the test coverage? Those kind of things. But, it doesn't tell you anything about the confidence, anything about the risks, anything about the value of the things you are covering. Am I right? So that is, I think, a big problem in the test automation world. Also, our automation grows like hell in many projects, but our understanding, why do we do testing? Why do we automate testing? Not just to accelerate, am I right? Or not to have more and more test cases, but to have a better understanding of a software, of a system, which is not there yet, running thousands of tests, but still when the time comes to deploy it to the production, still people are getting confused. Am I right? Yeah. Are we really confident on this release or not? Yeah, but you are running tests like hell. 20,000 scripts you have. Still you are not confident. Yes, I am not. I don't know. Test is an infinite journey. You know it. So, still we are detecting failures late. Still, I think we report defects just to fix them, not to miss them. But we don't have enough understanding from the bugs. I don't think that we spend enough time on understanding the bugs. Bugs are not reported just to be fixed. They are reported to be analyzed, to be understood by you, so that where are the risky areas and what you need to do and what you need to cover and whatever. So, okay, parallel execution, very nice, but instability is faster than parallel execution, if you ask me. Yes, and AI systems, crazy systems, with the same input, you get different outputs. Also, environment in the traditional testing zone, test environment supports testing. In the AI zone, test environment is testing. So test environment is not only supporting testing, it represents testing. So that is why, you would never know what will happen in the production. So that is why we are doing lots of testing in production. Normally we don't do that much testing in production. Maybe it's not good. Yeah, I don't know. Dangerous. Maybe could be against some legislation. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. CI/CD, we love those things. DevOps, I love it. But I don't know. Maybe that speed to deploy everything to production in 10 seconds or under 10 seconds, maybe we are compromising on the quality thinking. What do you think? So speed, quality, they are not going towards the same direction. So they are challenging each other. So when you push a lot of, you push your boundaries on being fast, then you compromise on the quality perspective. That is for sure. That is for everywhere. Yes, automation frameworks are evolving, but system complexity evolves faster than automation frameworks. Okay, so, yeah, not to make you get bored, but testers are getting bored quite easily. Boredom is a big part of our brain. Are you getting bored with what you do? I don't know, yeah. From time to time, I have this. Okay, people ask me, I'm invited to several panels and several national TV programs, and they ask me, what are the top 3 skills? Come on, so top 3 skills is so small, am I right? Top 3, top 5, top 10, I don't know. But if you ask me to cope with those problems in a solid way, you need to apply a good strategy that is telling you that, yeah, you need to get along well with uncertainty first, and you need to look at the production behavior, and you need to have a big target, but you need to test small. That is simplicity in testing, which you can never achieve if you don't set it as a target. Simplicity is inorganic. You need to desire it badly so that you would achieve simplicity. Then, otherwise, you end up sophistication, you end up complexity, and so on, so forth. So, yes, and our skills. Our skill set is enhancing. For me, one of the most important ones of those skills would be selling automation to other people, not to take it as our job. So you need to sell test automation to other people around you. Other people means developers, other, data scientists, data engineers. If you have system engineers, I don't know. Yeah, we need to sell it. And on the solution part, I think you are following the latest trends a lot. I'm going to talk about those a little bit, but yeah, okay. We are heavily using AI in testing. It means that it helps a lot in our testing. So we want to do smart execution, we want to generate better test cases, we want to design better test cases, we want to have a better run, we want our solution to track the bugs in an intelligent way, yes. But how about testing AI systems? Okay. So from that perspective, I find those 2 ecosystems which are interconnected very useful and very meaningful. And this, I think, community is one of the most respectful communities because, they are tied together, they follow, okay, there are many solutions are coming up and going, so new things are coming, but still holding on to the value, which is very good. I find it very nice. Okay, one of the most mature solutions we have. I don't want to get anyone offended, In the end, you will find me in the hallway. So how can I say this is not, feasible in Selenium? Of course, everything is feasible with Selenium. We love it. We love Appium also. So these are my conclusions, let me say, from our own experience. Yes. I think you are all familiar with those, you are living with those things, but challenges are ahead. One big challenge is not that our UIs are changing dynamically, we have some front-end rendering stuff, the timing and racing conditions, the resources and so on. There are so many things, fragmentation, yes, we know. But the most important thing for me for today, why I put the title Quantum, is AI should be tested. An AI system should be tested in a different way. So how can we cover that aspect as well? Okay, we need to hold on to our foundations. We are powerful in some areas, but we need to evolve in other directions, not only using AI in our solution, but also having the capability to test AI. Test an AI system is a different mindset. So that is why, you know, today and in this talk, with my remaining time, I'm going to talk a little bit about quantum physics and how can I find reflections on test automation. It means next generation automation. So, okay, if then else, we love those things, very crystal clear. We are really good at fighting with those stuff, yes, but on the new world, you know, you have more confidence engineering. You have more probabilistic outcomes. So how do we cope with those things? Adaptive intelligence, those kind of things. So now I'm going to talk about, of course, in quantum physics there are many principles. The ones that are very meaningful to me, I put them here. I think some of those principles you already know. And how do we relate them to the next generation automation? How can those principles trigger us to think in a different way so that we are more powerful in the next chapter, let me say. Okay, the first one, superposition. Do you know what superposition is? So quantum superposition says, you know, a particle could exist in multiple states. In the classical physics, we don't have it. So if a particle spins upwards, it could not at the same time spin downwards, am I right? Or if it spins clockwise, at the same time, it could not spin counterclockwise, am I right? If the table is wet, I don't know, it cannot be dry at the same time. If you are sleeping, you cannot be awake at the same time. So, yeah. But in quantum, it could happen. So, what about AI? Don't you think that it is like quantum, so that you would never know about the current state of a product, of an AI product, because it could have multiple states. You would never know what kind of dynamics, what kind of outcome would be coming to you, of course, unless you do some measurement. So if you measure a particle which is in the superposition state, it ends up in a single state. So that is what we do with AI. AI is, you know, very powerfully having superposition. AI is from this perspective, it fits perfectly to the quantum world. Second, entanglement. You know what entanglement means? So it means that some particles, if they are entangled, a change in state in one particle directly affects another part. The other particle could be millions of lights of years away from that particle, but it doesn't matter. But in classical world, you know, you have the distance, the most speed is the speed of light, and you need to calculate it, and if this changes state, the other particle should wait for a while to change the state. But how do you feel about AI systems? Don't you think that they are very interconnected? Not only the machine learning model you use, the data that is flowing to the system, the sensors, the any kind of data source you are using, also they are very interconnected, and they are systems of systems. AI system is not a standalone system. They are working in a topology together with other systems, so it means that they are very interconnected, and one problem in some area would pop up in other areas instantly. One failure in some area would be, you know, they are very, let me say, coupled. That is what we are against of, am I right? We want low commits in the measurement problem. So what do we have in testing? In test automation, we measure many things. So maybe this measurement, if you measure an AI system, what would happen to that system? What do you think? Can it shape its own behavior because of the measurement? What do you think? Normally, if it's a deterministic system, it would stay the same. But if you are measuring and testing an AI system, and you do it one after each other and repeatedly, you are shaping an AI system's behavior, am I right? So it will change its behavior because of this execution. Hope that you got my point here. So that is thinking on another level. That triggers us to think, differently at least. Also, we have the Zeno effect. So it means that if you over-measure a system, you could prevent it to be improved. So it means that if you, how can I reflect it to the testing world in the next generation chapter? So if you test the system more and more extensively on a with a specific purpose and with a specific scope, do you also think that it could also prevent this system to improve in some specific direction? So it means that if you push system on the reliability side or on the security side more and more and more, maybe from the efficiency part, you are preventing the system to improve because your focus is only on the security. You got my point, am I right? So if you do over security testing, maybe you are preventing a system to improve on the efficiency performance part, or maybe in the usability part. So that is the trade-off with testing, especially in the new world. And finally, my favorite, of course, entropy. You know, disorder grows with time. Am I right? So disorder, you know, you will never see a sand castle happening on the beach, am I right? On its own. It will never happen. Because, you know, this sand is very happy when it is disordered, am I right? It's very happy. When there is chaos in the beach, it is the happiest time for this sand to be. So with the time is going for one direction. It's unidirectional, one directional. It means that it could not go back for many scientists. I believe on that. So Back to the Future, whatever, the guys go back and, you know, introduce his mother to his father, which could not happening based on the Newton law, cause effect. You cannot be there before your, you know, mother and father is not knowing each other. You know what they do after they know each other to have you on board. But yeah, if those things are not happening, again, is against those classical physics laws. But entropy, don't you think that it goes like hell? It is very fastly we have disorder in those AI systems. Don't you think? Okay, so again, AI systems are not simplifying. They are not becoming easier. So they are, with an entropy, their disorder is more and more and more, so that we need to focus on those. Okay, so finally, I think I have time. So try to fit my original time. I took it a little bit late, but I am a very kind person. So yeah, that is why I try to give it back to you at 10. So last 5 minutes. So yeah, everyone is drafting some methodology manifesto. Why not me? You know, I ask it to my wife. So yeah, manifesto, those kinds of things. No, it says yeah, no one cares about what you do. You know, you can do it, but yeah, okay, do it. Yeah, this is my temple for test automation. People like to see those posters, you know, see everything in a minute, because we are living in an impatient world. Am I right? So people really don't have patience to watch a film, even watch a short video, 10 minutes. No, just shorts. Yeah. So that is why some new productions are coming to Netflix, which are 9:16, not 16:9, but so they are vertical videos are coming to. So within a series, a season is made up of 150, episodes, which are around 50 seconds each. So 50 seconds would be the episode. I go back to Game of Thrones days, you know, where the scenario is like crazy, all the characters, you know, are very, very detailed. Now we are moving to a more, how can I say? I don't know. It's not good, yeah? To make everything very narrow, I don't know, shallow, not narrow. Okay, yeah. Okay, temple, first level, culture. Of course, you need to sell it. That is why, you know, not based on specific entity, there are around 1.5 million certified testers worldwide, getting certifications in different domains, different areas, with different organizations. So why? We do it for common understanding, common language. We don't say people that if you are not certified, you are not good at testing. No, no. We try to push a common understanding. That is important. Then comes your automation strategy. Then comes your architecture. Then comes the tools. Then comes the standards. Of course, you need to keep an eye on the standards because they are also showing a way to you. And then comes your data, which would be also intelligent. Then comes your environments. I told you in AI, they are not supporting us anymore. They are the testing themselves. So what about the testware? All the test artifacts and assets, they are also one level on the roof. And finally, of course, we want to make everything intelligently. So with AI augmentation and those kind of things, so we are creating our temple. And when we get into the temple, on the wall, there are principles, of course. So this is the end of the story. First, automation, yes, is a confidence engine, not a script factory. That is what I see and what I suffer a lot. So that is my recommendation first. Second, yes, automation is not owned by test automation people who doesn't want to call themselves testers, but okay, still you are very nice people, but okay, this is not yours only, you know. Automation is for everyone. You need to know it and you need to sell it. Certainty, we know that it is an illusion, and deterministic automation no more is. It is currently and in the near future would be an hallucination, for sure. Deterministic automation, don't expect it. Of course, coverage is nice, we love it, but it is not measuring confidence, you need to know it. Automation is continuous. It doesn't mean, it means that you need to do it everywhere, with every occasion, if it is really needed and creating value. But you need to know that, you know, test is an infinite journey, but automation is not infinite. You need to keep it finite. You need to keep your sources there, and it accelerates, but currently we are doing the judgment. We are doing the interpretation. That is why we tend to say that human in the loop. Maybe because that these are our last days to be in the loop, you know? We've tried to find fancy words for ourselves. Human in the loop testing, oh my God, yeah. I don't know, maybe in the near future you don't need a human to be in the loop, which is very error prone, crazy, emotional, intuitive. Yeah, why not? Keep it out of the loop. Maybe, I don't know. But we try to feel ourselves useful, am I right? So that is what we need to do, a little bit fighting to AI. Try to show AI that we are smarter. But again, yeah, this will pass, for sure. Yes, modern automation is, for me, it is a good automation if it can manage probability, not only true, false. It is like we call it many-valued logic, or could be also covering the fuzzy logic part, where your outcome is not 0, 1. Okay. Testability, I told you, is a life concern, not only a systems concern, not only an automation concern, not only a test automation enabler. It is a life concern. And of course, you know, all those measurements, we are crazily measuring everything, you know it. Why do we do that? I don't know. People want, they want to be happy, am I right? With the measurement. something they put on a dashboard or a PowerPoint slide, they want to be happy with this metric. So, but that is not the purpose of measurement. Purpose of measurement is to be unhappy, to be a little bit stressed, to see where am I lacking and what is missing in the picture and what is the area for us to improve ourselves. That is not very comfortable. Measurement, if it is very comfortable, it doesn't gives you anything. It is not purposeful, if you ask me. It should be stressful a little bit. It should be triggering you to change. If it is just comforting you with very nice numbers, what is the point there? So, yes. And quality, you know, measuring it like hell, and in the end, the user downloads your application and says it is shitty, you know. This is the final report you get. That will be the final quality assessment. So you need to also keep an eye on that with those dashboards and numbers and everything. Okay. So Interstellar is a nice film. Do you love it? Interstellar is very nice. Is my favorite. And this person is a very good person. You know, you remember Professor Brand, the guy is on the, you know, they are trying to find a new colony. They try to do space exploration to find a better place than Earth, whatever. And that is what he said. And I think which is fully fitting to our proficiency. So when you think of test automation, so since when we are doing it? I don't know. Late 90s, maybe 2000, early 2000, I don't know. But still, we are finding new things and discovering new areas, and that will be continuing. So until now, maybe, you know, we just covered less than 1% of our capability, so that would be coming up. That's all. Thank you for being here, and yeah, let's see what will happen. Thank you. Yeah, I don't like questions a lot, so come to me in the hallway. Don't ask questions here. Yeah, you know, why do you ask me questions? So why would you? Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. So let's take a break for 30 minutes. We're going to tell you when the break's over, but just one note for speakers. Please go to the AV desk so you can get your setup checked. Thank you.
so pretty, like the wind. Every time you touch me, I feel adrenaline. Wanna go far, wanna have fun, wanna be happy, baby, show me how to. So pretty, like the sun. I could watch forever while you shine on every morning. Happy, wanna be pretty, wanna be happy, wanna be like the sun. Wanna be happy, wanna be pretty, wanna be happy, wanna be like the sun. Wanna be, wanna be,
I went back to Ibiza and got a hotel by the shore. But now I'm 12 years older and I'm 10 years sober, and Avicii isn't here no more. I moved out of LA. I'm trying to start a little family, cause all the things I was taking and decisions I was making had me headed towards tragedy. But now I really wanna live my life. Now I really wanna shine my light. You know I just wanna give what I got to the world and then go back home. Cause I only get this one life, so I think I'm gonna give my life up to God, cause he's got me back on stage singing. Got me back on stage singing. All I know, a love song, love song. Darling, all I know, a love song, love song. Try to make me who I used to be, but God's got my back, yeah. So every time I feel fear, I give thanks I'm alive. Almost died 2 times, there's a reason that I'm still right here. You know I just wanna live my life. Now I really wanna shine my light. You know I just wanna give what I got to the world and then go back home. Cause I only get this one life, so I think I'm gonna give my life up to God, cause he's got me back on stage singing. Got me back on stage singing. All I know, a love song.
Show me your eyes so I can tell the truth. Oh, I got so high, oh, I can't leave. I got your body all over my mind. I got so high, I'm off my feet. We up in the clouds with the sun in our eyes. Oh, show me that don't need no money, don't need nobody, just need your body. Show me that sweet like honey, don't need no talking, just need your body. Come back to your touch, a million bucks is nowhere near enough. I'll give it all up. All I need is your trust to find the right lady. 24/7, need you right by me. That's the only currency. Want you to spend all your time on me, yeah. And I'll be on cloud nine. Don't know how you're breathing. I got so high, oh, I can't leave. I got your body all over my mind. I got so high, I'm off my feet. We up in the clouds with the sun in our eyes. Oh, show me that don't need no money, don't need nobody, just need your body. Show me that sweet like.
I've been trying to call. I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe going through a job. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I look around and since it's cold and empty,
Don't nobody else like me. Don't nobody.
I saw your shadow on the wall last night. Felt the weight every 5 minutes. Quiet. It's a human sign when things go wrong. When the sand.
So I can't drift away from here to, okay. How many sound engineers does it take to change a light bulb? 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. So,
You will try to put the frequency,
Yeah.
so keep talking.
I will keep on talking. Peter Piper picked a pickled peppers. Where's the pack of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? She sells seashells on the seashore. Great grey geese grazing on the grass. A proper cup of coffee pot for a proper cup of coffee. I don't know, I'm running out of tongue twisters, but it's all quite good fun. There we go. He's turned me down, he's turned me up. I'm sure that's a song lyric. You know the song Dare by the band The Gorillaz? That was actually, the lead singer for that is the guy from the Happy Mondays. And he was hungover when they were trying to come up with the lyrics. And he was asking them to raise the volume. Tell you what, I'll open this laptop and I will carry on speaking. What a pleasure it is to be here. I like eating cake. Cake is delicious. What other things are good? Being paid to program, that's a good thing. Like getting Magic Sand to do our bidding, that's a fine thing. There's the etymology of the word tea, which depends on where you get it from and trading routes. Some cultures call it chai. Turkey does. Other cultures call it tea. Depends on whether they picked the Chinese word or the Indian word. Who knew? You do now. What else shall I... You tell me when I can stop vamping and instead do something else entirely. I could talk about all sorts of things. What would people find interesting? I can do some dad jokes. What do you call a lady stretched across a tennis court? You call her a net. What do you call a man hiding in a pile of leaves? Call him Russell. What do you call a man with a spade in his head? Doug. A man without a spade in his head? Douglas. What else is there? I mean, there's so many of them. How many mice does it take to screw in a light bulb? 2, but they need to be very small. How many surrealists does it take to change a light bulb? Fish, which I've always found quite entertaining. One of my favorite jokes is, why do anarchists only ever drink instant tea? It's because proper tea is theft. Yeah, not everyone likes that. There's the other one of, like, I went to a bar on the moon once, it was shit, no atmosphere. Yeah, my boy rolls his eyes at the dad jokes as well. I mean, does it? I'm not going to be sitting there huffing moon dust. That'd be a terrible thing to do. I mean, when I quite enjoyed a talk on quantum physics, apparently having nothing to do with testing, and yet somehow managing to bring it in.
'cause I can see the sun up the sky. So I hit the road and overdrive with me. Some city's cold and empty, no one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone. I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust. I'm just walking by to let you know I can never set it or fall. We'll never let you go. This time I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust.
And tell me what you really like. Baby, I could take my time. We don't ever have to fight. Just take it step by step. I can see it in your eyes. 'Cause they never tell me lies. I can feel the body shake and the heat between your legs. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run. I know what you've been through. Just a simple touch and it can set.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first set of track talks in the Sala events. We've got a number of amazing, hopefully amazing, better be amazing talks for you this morning. The first of which, following, we will have a short break because you will need it after this talk. Our first speaker is a man who needs no introduction and will therefore receive none.
I deserved that, because that is the exact thing that I did to Jason Huggins many, many years ago at SeleniumConf in London. He just arrived, and it's like, here's a man who needs no introduction. And I walked off the stage. So thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that. Thank you all for being here, and thank you, Barish, for the opening keynote, which I found really interesting. I am Simon Marvey. I don't know why I turned around the screen. I do know my own name. I am Simon Marvey Stewart. I am a software engineer at a company called Block. If you're not familiar with Block, it's the home company for Cash App, which is popular in the US, and Square, which you may have seen in restaurants and other places doing point-of-sale terminals. They do far more than that, but that is probably where you've seen them. I am here to talk to you about using AI, statistics, and set theory to know what to test. So I have to warn you, we are going to be talking about CI a lot, continuous integration. I know that I am most well known for the work that I've done on Selenium, but the thing that I've been doing for a long, long time is I've been involved with build systems, because I love a good sort of side quest. Like Selenium came out of my desire to be able to write a good end-to-end test and finding there was nothing that I wanted, the WebDriver APIs, for writing an end-to-end test using a browser. And some 15 years later, I think we now have it about right, which is probably good. 15 years, by the way. Did you know this is the 15th year of SeleniumConf? I had no idea. I was chatting with Jason last night, and I was like, when did we do the first SeleniumConf? And we figured out it was 2011. So this is a sort of milestone event. Thank you all. Anyway, yes, going back, talking about CI. It's going to be good. We're going to be talking about CI an awful lot. This is probably where a majority of your Selenium tests are running. So there's something related to that for you. Who watches Futurama here? OK, put on your best Professor Farnsworth voice. Good news, everybody. We're all doomed. That doesn't sound particularly like good news. See, the problem is there is this sort of AI tsunami that's coming to overwhelm our test and CI infrastructure. The industry is seeing more and more code being written by AIs. And the interesting thing is that code written by AI may have the same kind of defect rates as handwritten code by humans. It doesn't actually, it's higher defect rates. But even if that were true, and it had the same amount, there's so much of it being written that we are drowning our systems, to the point where GitHub has been experiencing stability problems. So many people are doing so much stuff using AI that GitHub is struggling. And they recently posted a blog post about how they were planning on increasing the capacity of their infrastructure to support a 30 times load. I doubt many of us have the budget or the time or the opportunity to scale our existing CI infrastructure 30 times. So in order to survive the oncoming storm, we need to do more with less. That is, when we make a change, we still want to make sure that change is safe, which is what Barash was talking about earlier. But we need to find a new way of getting the same confidence that our change is safe than we do in the moment. How do we do that? Well, let's go back to the beginning. Why do we test? It isn't because we enjoy mucking around with the Selenium APIs, pleasant as they may be. It isn't because we enjoy the futility of attempting to get something that appears wildly unstable to go green on a reliable basis. We test because we want to get a new line of code into production as quickly, cheaply, and as safely as possible. Quick. Quick is important because code is useless until it's doing something in production. Until our customers are using our code, it doesn't matter whether it's been written or not. Cheap refers, you may think, to dollar cost, but it's also engineering opportunity. If we do things that make it hard for engineers to do their job, they are wasting their time, we have lost opportunity. So we want to do things as quickly and cheaply and as safely as possible. Put another way, we want to manage risk. Now, testing isn't about perfection, it's about managing risk. And this is something that Barish mentioned earlier as well. We all know that no software is completely bug-free. We do all know that, right? Good, excellent, just checking. I have seen bugs in Hello World. I have written bugs in Hello World. I am not a very good software engineer. So the best we can do, we know the best we can do, is we can minimize the risk of what we release. We can never make sure it's guaranteed to be perfect. There's a story about someone who did a provably correct kernel for an operating system. They released it, someone found a bug. So, to reiterate, testing is about risk, not perfection. We can never test everything. Confidence comes from risk awareness. This is your CI, or something that approximates it. This is what they typically look like. What we do is we start here and we run the small tests. And we run the small tests because we want the feedback to be fast, right? That's as quickly as possible. We do this, and then when we're happy that it kind of works, we then do the medium test. And then, our Selenium tests are over here. And when we're finally happy, we upload to, Artifactory or whatever our system is, and the continuous deployment pipeline takes over. Your CI pipeline will look like a variant of this. It won't be exactly this. But can we reimagine how we pick which test to run? Like, the reason why we do this is because we run every single test on every single change. can we imagine how we can pick tests in a different way? Or, to put it another way, given a base commit and a current commit, what tests need to be run? We need some kind of test oracle. A test oracle is a system that decides which tests we should run. And we're going to write one or create one over the course of this talk. The first thing we want to do is a thing called target determination. Just a quick warning, there's some audience participation ahead, so just brace yourselves. As engineers and people working in software, we tend to be a bit introverted, so I'm not expecting a huge shout out from you, but here we go. It'll be obvious what you need to do. If we change a README, do we need to run all the tests? No, of course we don't. What a ridiculous thing to say. Why would we run all the tests if we change a README? And yet, quite often in our CI workflows, we do. If we change a single test, do we need to run all the tests? No. Quite right. If we change a core library, do we need to run all the tests? Yes. Maybe. It depends on where that core library is. Like, if everything uses it, you do. If everything doesn't use it, if something doesn't, you don't need to test it. That's an interesting insight. What can we do with that? And this is where we use set theory. Allow me to explain. All build tools work on this concept of a directed acyclic graph, which is computer science speak for there's a series of things that need to happen. You can imagine it as do this, and then when those two things are finished, those will be the inputs for this next thing that needs to be done. And you can imagine the build graph looks like this. Things at the bottom need to be done first, and then the level above can depend on them and all the way up to the top. So if we know the build graph, we can probably answer the question, if these files changed, what needs to be rebuilt? For example, here, if this file changed, what would need to be rebuilt? This would. Intuitively, you can see that, right, just by looking at the thing. If this file changed, these things would need to be rebuilt. If this changed, have a guess. These things will need to be rebuilt. And if we deleted this thing, these things would need to be rebuilt. That's fine, right? This is a process called minding the build graph or target determination. And it's really quick to implement. You can get this working in seconds. Sadly, most build tools don't make the graph immediately available for inspection, so you may have to do some coding. But if you use Bazel, I'm a big fan of Bazel, by the way, or NX if you're in the JavaScript ecosystem, there's easy-to-use tooling to do this. Interesting thing with target determinations that larger repos will benefit more from it than smaller ones. Smaller repo, if you've got 5 tests, run 5 tests. It's not going to matter. With a large repo with thousands of tests, the fewer tests you can run, the better. With really large repos, it's possible to remove almost all the tests using this approach, particularly if someone makes a change in a Leaf project. We've got people who have worked at Google here. They will tell you that they don't run every single test at Google when someone changes something in one project. So, when could you use target determination? Well, the first one is where CI queuing is causing a bottleneck, which it will because we have the CI of changes coming through, the tsunami of changes coming through. You have slow end-to-end test suites, which you will because end-to-end tests are by nature slow. And even if they go at lightning speed, they're still slow compared to a unit test. Like Selenium compared to a unit test, you can run thousands of millisecond unit tests in the time it takes to start up a browser. You have expensive tests. So expensive tests are things that need like device farms or things that are resource constrained. If you're using like browser stacks, Source Labs, a Lambda test, any of that, then you have a mechanism scaling it, but that's still constrained. And there are strict PR SLAs, so you want to get feedback from a change within the next 10 minutes. So you have to be doing something to help minimize the number of tests you run. For Bazel, you can look at Target Determinator and Bazel Diff. For other tools, your mileage may vary, but I find asking an AI to help is probably a really good first step. So, we can identify the ideal subset of tests to run. We're done, right? No. It would be an incredibly short talk if that was the only thing we were going to do. I feel like I wouldn't be doing a good job. I think you would walk away feeling cheated. There is more to this talk than that. So the second thing we can do is we can use coverage for test selection. Now, for a long time, I hated test coverage because people would use it for the wrong thing. They go, oh, we need 100% test coverage. It's like, do you? Like, the only thing that test coverage will tell you is not the quality of the test, but where a test hasn't touched. Now, the shape of our source repositories shape our testing strategy. This is what I like to refer to as a project-shaped repo, where there are multiple independent projects or semi-independent projects sharing a single repository. You've likely seen this in most Java or JavaScript projects. .NET projects do it as well. It's a fairly common pattern of like, oh, we're just going to mash everything together. You can imagine that a green square might represent a test, and the yellow square a binary, and a white square a library. And you can see that sort of if you modify things, there's a minimal set of things that need to be rerun. However, this is a star-shaped repo. That is, everything goes through a pinch point, and then all the tests depend on that pinch point. And this is a common pattern for repos where there's a single application. So if you're doing iOS development or Android development, you probably build an application, and then your end-to-end tests run against that application. If you're just doing target determination, it will decide you need to run every single test, and that would be suboptimal. So what can we do? Well, how can we reduce the number of tests to run? We're going to cheat, and we're going to use heuristics. In the repos with the pinch point, we can't be completely accurate about how we select each of these tests. Well, we're not going to guess. We're going to be a little bit smart. Now, the reason why we can do this is, I apologize, this is the kind of diagram that consultants love, and I try and avoid it, but it's like, hey, pick two. The one you don't pick, we can do whatever we want with. So speed, for us, is our non-negotiable. We want our CI results to come back as quickly as possible. So we can either play with safety or cost. Typically, we never touch safety because we want to have complete confidence. But heuristics allow us to trade safety for speed. And is that okay? It is, because we want to get a new line of code into production as quickly, cheaply, and as safely as possible. But we know there's going to be things that slip through the cracks. It's okay. We want to have confidence. This is what Barish was talking about this morning. We want to be confident our change is okay. And we test to manage risk. So it's up to us how heavily we rely on heuristics. If running all your tests already happens acceptably quickly, don't apply heuristics. Run them all. It'll be okay. We only need to rely on them if we find our CI times are an issue, or we have so many CI builds that we need to do something. So what's all this got to do with coverage? How can we use historical builds to help us pick which tests to run? Can we do that? And the answer is yes. Yes, we can. What we can do is we can use historical coverage data to inform our test selection. How do you do that? Well, what you do is you run each test in turn and you gather coverage data. So you just run one test, you gather coverage data. You run one test, you gather coverage data. You run one test, you gather coverage data. Then what you do is you get the collected coverage data and you store it in a database. And that allows you to map the test to the classes that test affected. And so you've got this sort of many-to-many mapping that comes through. And that's what you're going to be using later. And I've seen this work really well with JVM-based projects because gathering coverage is super easy. If you don't find it easy to gather coverage, you will skip this test. There are other things we can do in the test oracle that will help mitigate that. But this is really nice. When a pull request comes through and is opened, the system can now identify which classes have been modified, and therefore which tests have historically been touched by changes in these classes. So you can use a coverage mapping to select only those tests that cover the changed classes. And only those tests need to be executed in the PR. So we've done target determination, we've narrowed things, and now we're narrowing it further through the pinch point. This all sounds pretty hypothetical. I work at a company where we have seen test reductions in the order of 65%, maybe higher, using this approach. Your mileage may vary. Your repos are probably a different shape and have a different number of tests, but this is a really effective way of helping bring down the number of tests we need to run. But I've got a warning for you. Now we're not running every test, we're relying on heuristics. We need to start thinking about escapes. And what is an escape? An escape is a bug that would have been caught if we'd run every single test. And our goal is to minimize the number of these escapes. One way of doing that is to update our coverage data to reduce the escapes. Like, It's a historical thing, and so sometimes when you modify tests, you add a new dependency, and because the coverage data hasn't been updated, we don't capture the fact that we should be running a different test now. So we need to update our coverage data on a regular basis. You may find that you can do this nightly. You may find you need to do it more frequently. You may find in a slow-moving repo, you can do it less frequently. But you do need to update the coverage data. The other thing you need to do is to periodically run all the tests to reduce escapes. So maybe you do this heuristic-based approach on PRs, but when you come to do a release, then you run all the tests. Or maybe on a regular sort of hourly thing, you run all the tests. Or maybe you can imagine other criteria that you could use. The nice thing is that there will be escapes, and when one appears, hopefully, you will have run the tests sufficiently frequently that you can use something like git bisect to figure out where the test actually broke and identify the fault. So you fix forward instead of preemptively trying to run everything. Bad news is, you'll need to build this yourself. I don't have access to your repos, and I haven't yet seen some common tooling that people use for this. But the approach is pretty easy to understand, I think. We must be done now, right? I have been whittering on for what feels like hours. No, we are nowhere near done, I'm afraid. The test oracle. We've done target determination, we're using coverage. We can now use distance metrics to remove tests. Yes, there's a frown in the audience. What the heck is a distance metric? Well, intuitively, we understand that not all tests are equally impacted by the change we're testing, right? That feels like a statement that should be true, but why is it? It's because we have these things called distance metrics, which we can compute. Here, it's probably a test. This is near to the test. There are very few, there are in fact no intransitive dependencies in between the test and the thing that's changed. Like these are close to each other. But this is far away. There are multiple dependencies that need to be done in order to verify, in order to get to that test, right? So if I was going to run them, I would say that near tests should always be run, and far tests, maybe not. Put more rigorously and formally, we can apply this as a filter. You want the filter to be deterministic, so that there are, if there's any issues, you can rerun the build and get the same results and get the same test running. And to be honest, this feels like the sort of question that used to be asked at tech interviews. Yes? No? Like, I can imagine like Leet Code would come up with like, can you do this? And you go like, fine, there's probably like a mechanism. If you can't think of how to do it, AIs are really good at this kind of a problem. You will notice that we want to run some of the far tests. And why is that? It's because near tests quite often use things like mocks or stubs to fake out infrastructure, whereas by the time you're running a far test, you may be using the real thing. So you're going to get different test results. So you can't just remove all of the far tests, but you need to minimize the number of those, and that will help. If you're using Bazel again, I'm sorry, I do a lot of work with Bazel. Calculating this stuff is part of Bazel diff. If you're not, it's actually trivial to mine like the Gradle build files in your project or the package JSON structure in your project to figure out like how many hops from one project to another are things. We must be done now, right? There is nothing else that we could cover. Absolutely nothing. The magic 8 ball says no. We still have more ground to cover. This is the AI bit of the talk, so brace yourselves, it's going to be exciting. We can use a model to amend the test list. Amending a test list in AI. Isn't this exactly the kind of problem machine learning is great at? No. I mean, yes, of course it is. This is precisely the kind of thing it's great at. And this is based off a presentation that Meta gave. LLMs and machine learning are really, really good at spotting patterns, and we can use that. What I'm presenting here is a summary of Meta's work on predictive test selection using an LLM trained on test failures. Now, the nice thing is, this thing, once you've done the training, actually selecting the test is really, really fast. You don't want a non-deterministic thing in the middle of your test cycle taking 10 minutes to select a test. You want a deterministic thing that will pick a test really quickly. If you want to find the paper, it's at this URL. If you can't read the URL, search for test selection Meta AI, and you will find that thing straight away. Are people taking photos? Good, excellent, thank you. So what do? They treat test selection as what they call a binary classification problem. So given a code change and a test, predict the probability that a test will fail. Where we use jargon, I'm going to try and explain it, so away we go. They use things called features, which are extracted from both the change. And features for a change are things like changed files or the history of those files, and the test itself, so historical failure rates, project metadata, plus cross features, which relate these two things together. How do they find these cross features? They use fancy technical things, gradient-boosted decision tree models. That sounds really technical, right? It sounds a little bit daunting. Normally, you know when I'm reading a paper and I find like a chunk of maths, I skim over it, because it's like, I assume the maths is correct. I am no mathematician. Very much feel the same way when I'm reading an AI paper and it does things like this. Now, a gradient-boosted decision tree model is just a smart ensemble of many small decision trees, where each one learns from the mistakes of the last. So the overall model becomes highly accurate at making predictions, which is still loaded with jargon, right? I know that sounded like nonsense. Let me try another way of explaining it. It's like having a group of advisors, each one slightly better informed than the last, and they combine their opinions to reach a confident conclusion. So each advisor on their own may not be able to come to the right conclusion, but when you put everyone together, they come up with the right idea. Does that make more sense? I think it does. There's also this thing called calibration, which is a combination of threshold and top K heuristics. Is anyone a fan of K-pop Demon Hunters? Right, top K has nothing to do with that. The top K heuristic is in fact like a rule of thumb for picking the most likely items from a ranked list. Again, people like to put jargon into fields to make themselves feel safe, but it really what's most likely to be picked. So to turn predicted probabilities of whether or not a test is selected into a concrete test subset, Meta used two mechanisms. The first of these is a score cutoff threshold above which tests are selected and below which tests are rejected. And they select the top K highest scoring test for each change. So they rank the tests and they go like, this is most likely to be affected and this is least likely to be affected based on our historical data. And the combination of the threshold and top K sets creates a balance between recall, that is, catching failures, and cost, which is the number of tests to run. In production, at Meta, according to the paper, this method achieves 95% at identifying individual failing tests, which is an astonishing level, and greater than 99.9% at change recall, which is a fancy way of saying they found at least one failure per faulty change, which is exactly what you want to happen. You want the PR to go through, you want the build to fail if there is a problem. Compared to examining the build graph on its own, Meta ran 1/3 as many tests and cut infrastructure testing costs by 2 times. It is a massive way to save money. And Meta maintained high fault detection whilst drastically reducing test execution effort. Here's an interesting thing. We may actually end up with more tests than we started with. It may lead to new tests being added. So the interesting thing here is the build graph tells us about a lot of things, but it doesn't capture everything. There are sometimes out-of-band changes that affect how tests execute. For example, if you do an SQL migration, maybe an underlying database which doesn't appear to be in the build graph causes a test to change. And the approach of using test selection, predictive test selection, identifies those problems. You can build this. I've asked an AI, it confidently tells me that it's excellent and it's a great idea and we can definitely do it. But a word of warning, flaky tests cause problem. If you have flaky tests in the training data, your model isn't going to be as good. Meta mitigate this by retrying every failed test up to 10 times during data collection. And if the test ever passes, it's labeled as flaky and then not included in the training data. Thus, the model is trained on true failure signals, not flakiness, which improves predictive accuracy. So be strict about handling your flaky tests. Be strict about handling your flaky tests. That sounds like something we can put in the test oracle. It always fails. Just run it again. Has anyone not heard that about their CI system? Yeah. There's a laughter in the room as people realize that this is what happens all the time. Flaky tests destroy the credibility of your CI runs. But what is a flaky test? It's a good question. A good test is self-checking, fast, isolated, and repeatable. What do we mean by self-checking? We mean that a human shouldn't need to validate whether or not the test has passed. Now, some people in the testing community call these automated checks, and some call them tests, and I don't care. All I care about is that machines do the hard work where possible, and humans are left to do the fun and interesting things. Fast. Remember, the purpose of writing tests is to establish beyond a certain threshold whether or not we feel it's safe to release the software. We want this feedback to come quickly so we can respond to it as nimbly as we can, and this is what fast refers to. Although, given the nature of, say, Selenium tests, as fast as possible is probably a better description. Isolated. One way to make sure that tests can run as fast as possible, run them in parallel. This means that tests must be isolated from each other as they can be. In some cases, for example, when writing a small test around a single functional method, this is really easy. In other cases, such as when testing against a shared UAT environment, isolation can be harder to achieve. And a good test must be repeatable. We want the test to be repeatable. For the sake of this talk, that means that if you execute the test repeatedly, you get the same result. Whether it's a pass or a fail is beside the point. It's always the same result. And a flaky test is one that violates this principle. Sometimes it passes, sometimes it fails. There's no apparent pattern to it. It's just flaky. But what causes flakiness? There are many underlying problems. As someone who's worked with Selenium and browser-based tests, the most obvious cause of flakiness is because of timing issues. One of the selling points of newer frameworks is they don't need to wait for web elements to appear. This is a lie. They never get it completely right. You still need some form of explicit wait. More generally, no matter what kind of test you're writing, figuring out how long to wait before failing a test or moving to the next step is a hard thing to do. How do you know if a UI has finished rendering? How do you know a network request is finished? The only reliable way for this to happen is for the app under test to inform you of its status. That requires close partnership with developers. But timing issues are often network issues when we're talking about Selenium tests, right? It might be a slow network, the server might be taking a long time to respond. Once you introduce a network into your testing, you've added a great source of chaos and flakiness to your tests. And you might have unstable dependencies. I guess you can think of a network as a kind of unstable dependency, right? But really, it can be anything the app under test interacts with. Maybe it's a database, an RPC endpoint, or some fancy GraphQL thing. But what might make a dependency unstable? Well, degraded test environments. I had been on projects before where the UAT environment was so heavily loaded that we thought our product was rubbish. All our tests kept on failing. It was awful. When we put it into production, we had sub-millisecond response times for things that were taking seconds. That's because the UAT environment was too overloaded. We had degraded our test environment. And I'm sure we've all seen this as well, poor test isolation. If you've got a database test and it begins by wiping the database, if another database test is running at the same time, that is going to cause a problem. It is not good. But wait a moment. Looking back at this list, there's something that stands out. Almost none of these issues are specific to testing. Many of them are issues that happen in production. Oh, look, you've got more than one thing running at the same time. That happens in production. The network is flaky. That never happens in production. The server is being slow to respond. That happens in production. Now, there's an understandable desire to get the build back to green when we see a flaky test. And it's a fact that there aren't enough engineering hours in the day to be able to do that. It's also a sad fact that people view tests as an impediment to progress, rather than something that's there to make the process of software development more robust, stable, and counterintuitively faster. The temptation is always to blame the test, not the app. How many people have been on a project where the test is flaky and people go we'll delete the test, we'll move it out of the way, we'll ignore it. Yeah, we all have. Put another way, the causes of test flakiness that happen in production too, and flaky tests can actually be our signpost toward later stability. That was a bit of a meditation on test flakiness, I apologize. Getting back to what we were talking about, there are ways of dealing with flaky tests. The three that I like to think of is we can live with them, we can quarantine and fix, or we can delete the flaky tests. For example, if you've got a test that has a 5% chance of failure, if you rerun it, you've got a 5% of 5% failure. You can see that you have a vanishingly tiny percentage chance that the test will fail. So one strategy, run your flaky tests again. Now that's great, but your Selenium tests can take a long time to run, and they use a lot of resources. So if you keep on rerunning them, you're wasting a lot of resources, and that's the one thing we're trying to save. So maybe what we should do is quarantine tests that are known to be flaky and don't allow them to block a PR build and run them out of band. So maybe when we do a release, that's where we run the flaky tests. And we can have a human being sit there and go like, yeah, make a judgment call. The other thing we can do, there's a flaky test that we don't run and we don't trust. We can delete it. I know deleting code is heresy, but it's okay, we can do it. If we need it back, we have source control. We have source control. Good. I feel, I should have put the Padme sitting in a field meme there, shouldn't I? Of course we have source control. We do have source control. Just delete it. There's another thing that's kind of interesting, is that different teams have different tolerances for flakiness. So that means that strictness around handling test flakiness is a dial, it's not a switch. I would suggest that you do this for the entire repo as a whole, and you don't allow individual teams within the repo to select their threshold of stability. If you have a large repo with lots of teams working on it, having different standards means that there's a lot of problems that end up cropping up, and just being strict about this makes life easier. Test flakiness, I'm afraid you will need to implement this yourself. I think if you use Gradle's dvelocity, there are sort of dashboards you can have that gather this kind of data. If you use other tools, it can surface this stuff. So you can find it if you need to. It isn't too hard to do. Surely we must be done with our test oracle now. Almost done. Our test oracle. Target determination, use coverage for test selection, use distance metrics to remove tests, to amend the test list, remove known flaky tests. Yeah. We've been removing a lot of tests as we go through. We've been filtering things, we've been applying heuristics. We may have accidentally removed a test that we actually want to run. So the final step of the test oracle is to add back all new and modified tests. We absolutely have to run them. If we don't, then we've done something wrong. You can do this. That is trivial in the computer science sense, not necessarily in the engineering sense. You can do this. So we end up with a test oracle that looks like this. And remember, testing isn't about perfection, it's about managing risk. That's why we can use a test oracle. You should be doing other things to make sure that all the tests are run eventually, so that if there are escapes, you capture them, but it shouldn't be blocking your PRs, and we can significantly reduce the amount of work that we do during PR time on our CI systems, and that's where a lot of our time goes. So I'm just going to leave this up here so you can take a note. And are there any questions for folks in the audience? I think we have time for questions, yeah? 4 minutes. Excellent. At the back. Yep. So to just make sure I understood that, what would the test oracle tell us about requirements that we can miss from our test run? So the test oracle works on a couple of different levels. The first one is by looking at the source code. So the source code can tell you, like, if this changes, then this piece of code, this library, is depended on transitively by this test. We should run this test. The other thing we're doing is we're applying heuristics, which is like, is there a probability that this test will be needed and will provide useful signal? And then the third one is we apply machine learning to go, using probability but derived in a different way through some sort of magic black box, will this test make it be providing useful signal? So in and of itself, the test oracle doesn't tell you which requirements should or should not be tested. it tells you which tests are most likely to provide useful signal for you to be able to move to, either merging a change or rejecting it. So it says nothing about the requirements. It says everything about sort of the environment it runs in. Come and find me later if you want to have a chat, just in case I've misunderstood. Yep.
So you propose to rely on coverage, but the most time expensive thing is Selenium tests. How do you propose to
I can repeat the question. How do I propose
to measure coverage with Selenium tests and with E2E tests?
Yeah, so the question is, how do you measure coverage with Selenium or end-to-end tests? I have done this before. I did this in 2006. And what I did is I built an instrumented version of the backend that I was running, and I had the instrumented tests, and I gathered separate coverage data for each of those, and then I just merged the coverage data at the end of each test run, and that gave me the overall test coverage, even though I was using Selenium. Being able to gather test coverage data is really tricky. And so this using test coverage for test selection is kind of an optional step. If you can't do it, then using a model to amend your test list is your backstop to that. So if you can't get coverage data, at least you can do probabilistic determination of whether a test is going to be useful. So rather than using hard data, you can guess. Maybe one more question? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Staring at the ceiling in the dark, same old empty feeling in your heart. Love comes slow and it goes so fast. Where you see you when you fall asleep, but never to touch and never to keep, 'cause you loved her too much and you dive too deep. 'Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. Oh, oh, oh no. And you let her go. And oh, oh no. And you let her go. Where you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. 'Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go.
You call me all friendly, telling me how much you miss me. That's funny, I guess you heard my songs. Well, I'm too busy for your business. Go find a girl who wants to listen. If you think I was born yesterday, you have got me wrong. So I cut you off, I don't need your love. 'Cause I already cried enough, I've been done, I've been moving on. Since we said goodbye, I cut you off, I don't need your love. So you can try all you want. Your time is up, I'll tell you why. You say you're sorry, but it's too late now. So save it, get going, shut up. 'Cause if you think I care about you now, well boy, I don't give a fuck. I remember that weekend when my best friend caught you creeping. You blamed it all on the alcohol. So I made my decision, 'cause you made your bed, sleep in it. Play the victim and switch your position. I'm through, I'm done. So I cut you off, I don't need your love. 'Cause I already cried enough, I've been done, I've been moving on. Since we said goodbye, I cut you off, I don't need your love. So you can try all you want. Your time is up, I'll tell you why. You say you're sorry, but it's too late now. So save it, get going, shut up. 'Cause if you think I care about you now, well boy, I don't give a fuck. I see you trying to get to me, I see you begging on your knees. Please, boy, I don't give a fuck. So stop trying to get to me, get above your knees. 'Cause boy, I don't give a fuck about you. No, I don't give a damn. You keep reminiscing on when you were my man, but I'm over you. Now you're all in the past. You talk all that sweet talk, but I ain't coming back. Cut you off, I don't need your love. So you can try all you want. Your time is up, I'll tell you why. Hey, you say you're sorry, but it's too late now. So save it, get going, shut up. 'Cause if you think I care about you now, well boy, I don't give a fuck. I see you trying to get to me, I see you begging on your knees. Boy, I don't give a fuck. So stop trying to get to me, get above your knees. 'Cause boy, I don't give a fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check, check. Check, check. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's okay.
Forever, you can be so, and it will only get better. You and me together through the days and nights. I don't worry, 'cause everything's gonna be alright. People keep talking, they can say what they like, on and
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Sala events. And our next talk, last talk before lunch, is with Sai and Srini, who have been contributors, maintainers in the Appium community for a long time. So I'm very pleased to have them present on, as you might have guessed, AI and mobile automation. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. Hey everyone, today me and Srini are going to talk about how you can bring in AI into Appium and mobile testing. So let's see some of the things that we have built, and we really want to share that with you as today. So my name is Sai, and I've been working with TestMeUI, formerly known as Lambda Test, as a director of engineering, and I've been contributing to Appium close to a decade now, and it's fun, learning a lot. Just not Appium, Selenium, WebDriver IO, and we open sourced a lot of plugins, tools, and stuff. And very recently, I've also authored a book on Appium Insights. You can scan this QR code, we can connect, and all our informations are there. Srini, over to you.
Cool, I am Srini, and open source contributor, maintainer of Appium, contributor to Selenium, WebDriver IO, and a lot more. So me and Sai are working together for more than a decade. Contributing to open source, managing Appium plugins, and so on. And I'm an author of a book called MCP Standard. Yep, that's pretty much about me. So today we're going to talk about bridging AI and mobile testing. So Sai, since we have been maintaining Appium, and we know we have been answering customer queries, the users' queries for more than a decade, and we are trying to improve our ecosystem for more than a decade. Can you list some of the issues that our users are facing, and that's something on top of your mind?
Yeah, I definitely have lots on top of my mind, but I can go all day talking about all of those problems that we have seen over a few years. But the first thing I think I want to talk about, Srini, is about XPaths, right, or your locator strategies. Can you just go to the screen? Massively, what takes more time for us is this brittle locators when it comes to when you write these automated tests. When it's native SDKs that we have built, and back in days when I was a consultant, when I used to work, when application comes in as a native build, I'll be very happy because I don't have to handle with all of this accessibility trees where the DOM is not exposed and stuff, which basically happens in Flutter, React Native's app. And we've seen a lot where these IDs are not getting exposed through these DOM elements over a period of time. And actually people think that if the locators are not there and if we can't inspect them, it's probably Appium's issue. It's basically not that. It's just basically under the hood, the accessibility tree, which is exposed by Google and Apple, and the elements should be there. Only then Appium basically can interact with them, right? So it's basically these native tools that provides, and they don't expose that. And people think that hey, it's not there, so it's an Appium issue. So it's technically not Appium an issue. It's basically what happens under the hood for us, right? And with that, how many of you here are automating or automated Appium tests with iOS? Okay, quite a lot of hands, right? I think one of the biggest problems when it comes to iOS is we have frequent, version upgrades coming in. So something or the other keeps changing from the APIs. Either they add or they deprecate, or they deprecate. We don't know it's deprecated, and one of the versions they just remove it, right? So similar lines when it comes to kickstarting your session in Appium. I think the first biggest step that we have to do is building that entire WebDriver agent. Right, so your coding comes into your code signing comes into play, your mobile provisioning, and that's always been one of the biggest problems on how you want to build it, manage it in your pipelines, and things, right? And maybe if there are larger teams, each of them want to have different provisioning profiles. They want to have different WebDriver agents. And when in yesterday's workshop, people are talking about, hey, for me to start one Appium session in iOS. Basically, it takes about a minute or more. The problem is because of your Xcode builds, you're building this WebDriver agent, or maybe your signing fails. There are a lot of things tied to it, right? And with all of this comes is your time as well. Your pipelines are going green. You're taking time to build these, IPAs. At the same time, your locators are changing. over a period of time. So you need to manage this entire stuff, right? And I think some of these are the problems that we've been seeing over a period of time, and we're still seeing it. Even still, people come and raise issues saying, hey, I'm getting an Xcode build error, 65. And we know for a fact it's a code signing issue, right? And there are documentations, there are a bunch of these stuffs, but we still have these kind of problems, Srini.
Yeah, so let's see how we have solved this. Maybe before I share the solution, I think we should share some of the history, how we arrived at the solution. I think sometime last year in SeleniumConf 2025, we introduced as Appium MCP as a lightning talk.
Yeah.
I think heavily inspired from Hanji's Selenium MCP around that time. So in the last 1 year journey is what we are going to share in terms of how we solved some of the users' problem to improve our ecosystem and solve some of the frustrations that Sai has talked about, right? So we'll start with MCP. How many of you use MCP here? Wow, awesome. I think you guys make my life easier. So I don't have to talk much about what an MCP is all about, right? So MCP is kind of an USB-C connector which helps any LLM models to talk to any data sources in an easier way. So they introduced a standard so that anyone building on top of any models and enable any models to connect to any data sources can eventually use a single standard, as like how we have WebDriver standard, which is utilized and implemented by all the browser vendors. So now all the data sources expose an MCP server for their applications so that any LLM models can eventually talk in the same language that so that people who use or build on top of models can eventually utilize these MCPs so that they focus on the problems that they wanted to solve rather than they focus on the interfaces that they wanted to build during the journey. So that's what eventually MCP actually solves. So there is a lot of debates about there are a lot of articles about MCP is dead and so on, but yep, let's see how we have solved it and how we utilize MCP in improving all of your productivity gains, right? So, and then comes the Appium MCP. So eventually, on Appium MCP, there are a lot of mobile MCPs, there are a lot of MCPs to solve a similar problem. And in Appium MCP, what we have done is we exposed only a small set of tools. So MCP eventually has 3 concepts. One is a tool. Basically the server has 3 concepts. One is the tool, and next is the resource, and the third one is a prompt. Tools are something like a set of functions. Probably in Appium context, maybe we can say as create session is a function. So tools are set of functions that we have exposed through Appium MCP, and we have made it as limited as possible. So you might have seen a lot of APIs that we have in Appium. It's again a 10-year-old product, right? So we have probably 600 capabilities. We even don't know how many capabilities we had.
He's just throwing 600 as a very random number, I'm sure. We might have close to 600, but he just threw 600 very random. Maybe for sure, at least I know it's like above 400 for sure, right?
I'm sure even Jonathan might not know that. So we have a lot of capabilities in Appium. So how we could show all those capabilities or how we could help you with those capabilities that could solve some of your problems, right? So eventually people go, and now we all are hooked into cursors, anti-gravity, or Cloud Code, for example. So a lot of AI assistants are helping solve our coding problem, right? So how we could bring in and help enrich your coding problem, and basically how we could bring in Appium MCP and solve some of your problems, be it debugging, be it anything for that matters that you might have, or be it generating a code, for example, right? So these are the problems that we try to solve through Appium MCP based on exposing a lot of tools. Again, not a lot of tools, not the 600. So we might probably around 30 to 35 tools. So we expose tools based on what users needs, not because Appium has 600 capabilities, so I will provide 600 tools through Appium MCP to solve the problem, right? So for example, if you take gestures, so there are multiple gestures that we support in multiple ways. So through Actions API, through mobile call and a lot of other ways too, right? So, but if you take a look at our Appium MCP, it exposes only one tool. It's just gesture. And you can just say swipe up, swipe down, and double tap, long press, whatever. So we expose tools, which is the best practice in MCP world. Expose tools based on user intent, not based on how many APIs I have. And two, there are a lot of applications that we have gone through, for example, React Native, Flutter-based applications. Some of those applications you may have components which are not under your control. For example, you may use a React component where probably it's publicly available. You may not be able to have certain control, or probably you may not be able to raise pull requests to add accessibility identifiers on those React components, right? So if there is no accessibility identifiers, so then we will start writing a lot of brittle XPaths, and which is the costliest one, right? So that's when we introduced Vision. So apart from DOM, we also have Vision support. While introducing Vision support, we did benchmark across all the Vision model providers, and probably you will find that information in Appium MCP pull request as well. So ranging from QN, Gemini, and so on, we did gone through all of those Vision-based models and benchmarked what helps us much better, right? So that's one. And two is the Vision as a backup. So predominantly it uses DOM, but then if there is any component that doesn't have appropriate identifiers, then it goes back and uses the Vision-based identification. So these are things that we tend to introduce in Appium MCP, and it's again a one-year journey. So these are three major capabilities that solves quite a lot of problems that we have.
Yeah, when Srini's talking about a year journey, I think the last SeleniumConf, the same place, same stage, we just gave a quick gist of how it can be done. But when we went back, we didn't start working on that for a whole reason is we questioned ourselves, how is this going to help our users, right? Is it going to be another MCP, which we just need to build, a project needs it? Because sometime back when I was having a chat with Christian from the WebDriver.io team, so he said he had his own thoughts to say why WebDriver WDIO does not need an MCP, right? On a similar lines, I think even from the Selenium team, there is a blog to say why Selenium does not need a MCP, right? So we also had a similar thought for a very long time, for a few months, why we really really need a MCP or where it's going to help, right? So all that work that we have put in or bringing in the Appium MCP is predominantly very active in the last 3 to 4 months. So until then, it was just a question. We know we can build, but why do we need it, right? And I think that's the time when the MCP standards were shifting, specs were shifting. There were a lot of, and when we ourselves were trying with a lot of these coding assisted tools, we were not really seeing anything very useful that they could basically help us, right? So it took us a time to decide whether we really need, and that's where Srini was talking about, it's intents and not commands. So we directly didn't get into intents. So we marched towards the path where I think at some point of time, I think three weeks back, we had like about 65, 70 tools, right? And when you load that into any of your IDEs, basically we were getting timed out because IDEs couldn't load those 60, 70 tools. And with 60, 70 tools with so much description and stuff given to these agents, they really couldn't take the right decision as well because there's too much context for them. So they didn't know what to do when, where to use Appium gestures or where to do W3C actions and stuff. And that's where we brought down from 60 odd tools to probably like about 32 odd today. So it's purely intent. And now we're seeing a value when you use these MCPs for driving your test automation.
Yep. So some of the problems that we solved is...
Yeah, the docs, right?
Docs.
And
the interesting story behind docs is when we started ragging all the documents, so we have a 10-year history, right? So documentation is scattered across multiple resources, multiple repositories, for example. So we ragged all the contents and exposed it through one tool called Appium Documentation Query. And through that, we identified a lot of use cases that we weren't aware that we have until then, right?
I think that's all started, I think Vim, I don't remember back when WebDriver.io project wanted to create some kind of a listener when BiDi came in to say that, hey, if there's any pop-ups or something that we can handle and dismiss it, right? So that's when we were working on this, and we accidentally happened to ask the same to see in our repo. And I think that's the first time which I was amazed to see that code or that function was existing for years inside Appium, where you can schedule on actions on pop-ups to get closed when you have some ads and any of those quaint models, right? And we figured it out only when we had this entire documentation dragged as a part of MCP. So today, it is so easy for us to debug any of the tests. So yesterday we were driving an Appium MCP workshop, and one of the failures for WebDriver agent again. So we just took the error logs, gave it to our Appium MCP. It sort of told us correctly, okay, what is the problem? So this is where the problem exists. You need to fix this, right? And again, when anything that has been answered by Appium MCP from a documentation perspective is just not coming from the wild, meaning it's not just going some web search and bringing. It's purely from the entire documentation that has been maintained by the team. So, which means you might see more accurate information, which is as a part of the documentation across repositories. And the production code. I mean, I can say code. I'll not say production code. I can say at least decent, good code. The reason is there are multiple ways to write a lot of the things from a gesture point of view. Let it be, right? Still people use touch actions, though it's been deprecated. But we say, hey, recommended options is W3C actions. And there are so many other ways like mobile colon commands, even to do the gestures. So a gesture can be done in like 10 different ways. But what is the recommended way to do that? And again, that depends on whether you're using a specific client, right? So if it's Java client, there's a different way. So if you look through WDI or the JavaScript binding, so they have their own inbuilt functions where you don't have to do a lot of these, native APIs, right? So what we did is we brought in one of the concepts from MCP called as resources. So we have baked in some of these templates to say, hey, this is a style that we would recommend from the team if you're writing these kind of codes. Let's say it's a gesture in Java client and stuff. So we embedded the concept of resources as a part of this. And again, vision IDs, Srini spoke about it. We have vision-based. Vision models can work for your visual assertions and stuff as well. And guided setup, right? So I see even today, a lot of LinkedIn posts, people talk about, hey, setting up Appium is painful. It's taking me days since there are so many dependencies. I don't know what to set up. What's the SDK? Where should I download and stuff? So as a part of this, we also have MCP, Appium skills. So your setup becomes easier now. So you can go check that out as well. So we try to bring in some of the massive pain points that we see today from setup till execution as a part of this MCP.
I think in past we have solved similar problems using Appium plugins and similar tools, for example, to solve setup and perform gestures, for example. But I think now we are hooked in a lot towards these kind of assistance, so it is important for us to solve better in assistance in assistance in itself. So that's when we introduce this Appium MCP. So I think it's enough of talking. Maybe let's do a live demo. So how many of you would like to see a live demo, or how many of you would like to see? Okay, so many for live demos.
He doesn't have a live demo today. He doesn't have a live demo today.
Okay, I will go against you folks. So I don't have a live demo.
I like it. I like it.
Okay, so starting from.
I think you could start it back, Srini.
Yeah, I think it's too fast. Okay, I think this is a root code in cursor. I hope it's visible.
Yeah, I think you can't do much about it.
Okay. I just typed in start a real device session on iOS. So it's going to prepare the device, which is basically a real device connected at that moment in time when when we were recording. So it's going to start with selection of devices. Then it called Appium. So it starts with selection of devices and a lot of jargons that I talked about. One is a provisioning profile, and the provisioning profile also changes if it is a free Apple developer ID, and if it's an enterprise the signing is going to be a little different, right? So it's going to handle all of these in just a click of an approval for Appium iOS real device prepare session. So if you could just see here, it Appium prepare iOS real device with the UDID, and it's going to start preparing the device, which is basically signing, provisioning profile, building WebDriver agent and installing it and making everything ready for you to start your Appium tests. So this is something that if you do it manually, if you use Xcode build tools, it's going to take a bunch of time for you folks, because we have seen that demo yesterday, how long it takes. I think 10 to 15 minutes. If you would like to do everything manually, then again, we have been doing this for quite some time. Even we mess up things at times when we build a WebDriver agent, sign it, install it on a real device, and so on. So after we install the WebDriver agent, we are trying to create a session. So here we could see it uses pre-built or pre-installed WDA with the path. And then I am setting up in terms of open Apple apps and then perform a zoom in.
Yeah, it's ideally trying to mock the location in the real device, so set it to Apple Park, and it opens.
So it invoked Appium geolocation and setting up the location now before it opens Apple Maps. And eventually all this is happening without spinning up the Appium server in itself on local. So you don't need to start Appium server. So it eventually uses core modules of Appium, which is UI automated to driver and XUI driver. So we talk to XUI driver directly, so you don't need to spin up anything. You just need Appium setup there. That's it. So it performs a zoom in gesture. So it made a call to Appium gesture. So this is one tool that performs, it's kind of a Swiss Army knife for your gestures. So you can do a lot of gestures. And then we are saying close map. Okay, now we are saying generate and write a test. So it eventually uses resources that Sai talked about. So we have certain templates baked in, and we also have certain skills to verify if your Appium setup is absolutely correct or not.
Yeah, and again, we haven't baked for every language. We have just written it for Java client. I mean, there's no reason. So if you can also contribute, open a pull request for it.
Okay, the next thing that we would like to do is the Appium documentation query tool. So you can ask anything and everything about Appium. So it goes ahead and finds the appropriate chunk. I mean, based on the chunks that we have already. So it goes ahead and finds an appropriate chunk and then returns you back and with appropriate answers. Basically, here I am going to ask about, now that I have a test, how can I run this parallel on multiple devices? So what sort of capabilities are actually required? So it's going to query with this particular query, which is how to run test parallel. So it's going to get invoke Appium documentation query. So you could see that how to run parallel test in Appium documentation query tool. Cool, it did retrieve a bunch of capabilities. So while doing so, we have discovered a lot of capabilities that we have in Appium that we are not aware of as maintainers. And what other things that you can do is, so we do spend a lot of time spinning up Appium Inspector and then going ahead, manually navigating to certain screens and then inspecting certain elements, finding out which is the best locator strategy for me and so on. And you don't need to do all of this. Just invoke generate locators tool in Appium MCP server. It's going to get you all those locators, and it's going to get you the best locator strategies in terms of preferences. So we are not going to get iOS class chain on the top, unless if there, I mean, let's say if I have an accessibility identifier there for a particular element, it's going to pick accessibility identifier first as a priority strategy that we have given in description. So it's going to pick that first and going to use that. And if it's not working, then it's going to go ahead and see if there is a XPath, and it's going to find the element. It's going to find element using the same strategy. So it's going to take the DOM, understand, and figure out whether we have accessibility identifier. Then it's going to use straight away. So while taking the DOM, we also have done a lot of optimization. So DOM may have tons and thousands of things which may not be required for us, right? So we optimize it and get it back to, give it back to the LLM. So we don't just take a dump, send it to the LLM, and then burn all of your tokens. So we do things a lot more careful, anything that we operate on.
Yeah. And also, just to add to one point on the WebDriver agent which got built, so you're talking about Xcode. So we basically have built an entire IPA file. So it's behind the scene. We are basically trying to trick the device to say that the XCO, the WebDriver agent, is like another app. But basically, it's just a testing framework, right? It's a server which needs to run. So you can't run and you can't export it opening in Xcode as an IPA. But there are a bunch of things that we do behind the scene, and that's where even the re-signing happens with your own certificates. Yeah.
Cool. Now that we talked a lot about Appium MCP, so we also had another thought. So Appium MCP, I think we have used Appium MCP across a lot of MCP clients, including Cloud Code, Cloud Desktop, basic MCP inspector, and so on. And we have seen that there are a lot of things that we could do better. So we come up with an agent. And the reason for that is we would like to burn a less tokens. So that's the first predominant reason, and apply a lot of context engineering principles. So that's when we introduced AppClaw.
Yeah, I think we thought, okay, there's good Appium MCP now, so how do you want to leverage it for better outcomes of it, right? And that's where we thought, okay, let's go ahead and build an agent on top of that, and sort of give it some capabilities that it would eventually help us write, natural language test, but with the help of, MCP, right? And again, we brought in all the capabilities like Vision fully, Vision plus DOM, and whatever Appium MCP is got. So from this agent, the agent can basically do two things for us. One is it's goal-driven, that's deterministic, and one is non-deterministic, right? So if it's non-deterministic, you just give it a goal, tell it that, hey, you know what, take this route, just do this for me, right? So it's going to perceive, reason, and then it's going to act, and again reconcile, put a planner. So it's going to do a lot of things. So, and it's going to burn a lot of tokens as well, because there's thinking as well for it to do, right? And then from a non-deterministic angle, so we wanted to say that, hey, how you write your automated test today, right? So you want to know what your test is doing, but you don't want to worry about locators and all that stuff, but you want to naturally keep it, but you decide the path, right? So that's from a deterministic point of view. We have embedded a lot of stuff from a context engineering angle, where over a period of time when we built, we felt that if an agent is not given any context, it's more like you're having your test without assertions, right? It doesn't make sense. Because what we have seen is from a goal point of view, when we try to tell it to do something, it does, but it doesn't know where to find that feature, right? To give an example, if it's Gmail, so when you go to Gmail and you want to delete an email, so you long press on any of the emails, and only then you'll be able to delete it, right? But how does the agent know that he needs to long press and then find it? Maybe Gmail is one of the examples. It might have that context from the web. Maybe it's there. It's fine. But what if your apps have certain features like that? Only when you swipe to the right you can delete it or archive it, right? So you can also give it like an app guide, space over here. So I'll put this question back again. How many of you want to see a live demo or a recorded demo now? I have a live this time. Okay, we'll try, provided the network is good. Let's try that. So what I'm going to do is, okay, so I have it's visible, right? Okay, I have a YAML, which is basically going to run on Android, and I have three YAMLs created, which is basically a very deterministic test to say open this app and do some stuff like scroll, whatever basically you do. I'm using one app is going to be my YouTube, and I'm going to use another one is WebDriver.io. So I mean that's one of my go-to apps for any testing because it's got pretty much all of it. Thanks to Wim, he's still maintaining it. Okay, so I have 3 emulators. So I'll just click on it. I'll just hide stuff. Let's see.
Again, just to add on, this AppClaw is an VS Code extension, so you can install and then start using it from there. Currently, it is configured with Gemini 3.1 Flash
preview. So 3 of them have 3 different tests. They're running things in parallel. And how parallel is taken care, parallel is not taken care by AppClaw, but parallel is taken care by the Appium MCP. So one session of MCP can handle multiple threads, and it's just doing all of it on its own, right? So when you see that, it's so quick, 3 tests in 3 emulators in parallel, right? Now you could also basically go ahead and run any one of the tests individually, and you could also see what's happening, you can debug them and stuff. So we are fairly also exposed it to 3 different ways, like a CLI, there's a playground, and also a VS Code extension for you. So you could see which step is executing right now, and stuff.
So all of these uses Vision, not DOM.
Yeah.
And we did run a benchmark with 700 plus tests, averaging around 20 to 25 steps, and we ended up spending $4.
Yeah, in Gemini. Yeah. Again, you can give it a DOM and DOM with a fallback, so you can still go for DOM. It does work with DOM as well, since Appium MCP does that behind the scenes for us. Yeah, that's something I wanted to show. And I'll just leave this slide. There's a bunch of things, how AppClaw has been built, and you know the things behind it. And I think one of the important factors, you know, what we have invested a lot when we built AppClaw is not focus on saying, okay, go click on this, scroll on this, but more on certain aspects of you take the DOM, you compress it, you take a screenshot, we compress it, right? Because when we take screenshots in iOS from a vision point of view, you're going to get a pretty high resolution images, right? And initially when we did that, when we used to send those images to any of these models, so ideally, I think one image sent to any of these models would cost us about 25,000 tokens. So we said we have to compress it better. So we compressed it, and then from 25 it came down to like roughly about 1,500, 2,000 tokens for one image, right? So you send an image, you can ask anything over there.
And all this compression without losing any minute detail in your image.
Yeah. And of course the diff, so you want to know before it performed the step, what happens after. You clicked on a button, did it happen, right? Because you need to know whether it went through, what was the goal, and things. And also very importantly, when we're talking about context is, we have fairly invested a lot of time thinking through this, bringing in episodic memory into it, into AppClaw to bring the trajectory. So I've ran like the same test like 5 to 8 times. So I have pretty much confidence to say this route is pretty working fine for me. So there is episodic memory as well in it. Along with you know, negative caching, right?
And context compaction as well. So it is smart enough to take context compaction. Let's say if you use a CLI for a very longer time, it takes its own decision on its own when to do a context compaction. And during the context compaction, so basically if you use cursor, probably you would see that summarization happening now and then, right? So same way, we do context compaction, and we do that carefully, and all of this code is open source. So if you would like to contribute to any of these, we're happy to welcome PRs.
Yeah, thank you. And also, one point is, I think yesterday when we were talking about Appium MCP, I think it's fair we won't mention it. So we saw everything running it locally, right? So you might be having you know, connectors with cloud providers. So Appium MCP can also talk to cloud providers. So you can use Appium MCP in your local with your favorite you know, IDs and agents, and you can connect to any of the cloud providers. So your devices are sitting outside, you can still leverage Appium MCP. Yeah, I think that's pretty much that we wanted to talk about. Thank you so much.
Cool.
We have 5 minutes for questions.
We're happy to take questions.
I'm not going to answer yours.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
No problem.
One question. You at the end you mentioned running it locally, connecting it to the cloud devices. But what if you want to run this in a CI? Like you create something, and then it needs to run in your build pipeline.
So we have a Node SDK web. So you could use that Node SDK, and that becomes like any other project for you, and you can just plug it to your CIs. Or there is also a CLI. You can use the CLI as well.
Okay. So we are also working on GitHub Actions. So you can just use GitHub Action and it can take care of everything that we do with that.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello. Can you use local self-hosted KI? Or only ChatGPT, Gemini, and the other? Or can you connect a self-hosted KI?
So if I understand correctly, your question was, can this be self-hosted? Yeah, absolutely. All that MCPs that Appium we ran now is all running locally in our machine now. Yeah. There was a question.
There was a question there.
Hey, yeah. Have you experimented with local LLMs like Llama MCP or Llama, and have you got any results regarding that?
Yeah. So we did benchmark with a lot of models, including local ones, the one Gamma 4 and so on. But we have seen, in the order of ranking, I would say we have seen that Q1 does better job, Gemini does better job in terms of identifying elements so precisely. Yeah. So we have a benchmark. It's there available in our PR on Appium MCP. So we can leave that link as well.
Yeah, again with even Q1, we have seen with at least of 32 billion parameters, you get good results. Anything like, I know we all want to run them in our machines, so we go with 4 billion and edge and stuff. No, we have not seen any good results, nothing at all over there. Yeah.
Any more questions?
Okay. Thank you so much, folks. Thanks for being here.
Speak angels sing from above. Everyday words seem to turn into love songs. Give your heart and soul to me, and life will always be la vie. And when you speak, angels sing from above. Everyday words seem to turn into love songs. Give your heart and soul to me, and life will always be la vie en rose.
Guess it's true, I'm not good at a one-night stand, but I still need love, 'cause I'm just a man. These nights never seem to go to plan. I don't want you to leave, will you hold my hand? I want you to stay with me, 'cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. Darling, stay with me. Why am I so emotional? No, it's not a good look, need some self-control. Deep down I know this never works. You can lay me with me so it doesn't hurt. I want you
stay with me, 'cause you're all I need.
Stefan.
This ain't love,
Stefan.
it's clear to see. Darling, stay with me. Just stay with me, 'cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. Won't you stay with me? Won't you stay with me? Darling, stay with me.
Feeling my way through the darkness, guided by a beating heart. I can't tell where the journey will end, but I know where to start. They tell me I'm too young to understand. They say I'm caught up in a dream. Life will pass me by if I don't open up my eyes. Well, that's fine by me. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. I tried carrying the weight of the world, but I only have two hands. I hope I get the chance to travel the world, but I don't have any plans. I wish that I could stay forever this young, not afraid to close my eyes. Well, life's a game made for everyone, and love is the prize. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. 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 So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. sad eyes. Don't be discouraged, oh, I realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of it all. Darkness inside you can make you feel so small. But I see your true colors shine through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors, true colors, beautiful. Show me a smile. Don't be unhappy. Can't remember when I last saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy, take all you can bear. You call me up, 'cause you know I'll be there. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful. I had a dream, we were sipping whiskey neat, highest floor of the Bowery, nowhere's high enough. Somewhere along the lines, we stopped seeing eye to eye. You were staying out all night, and I had enough. No, I don't wanna know where you've been or where you're going, but I know I won't be home, and you'll be on your own. Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? Who's gonna rock you when the sun won't let you sleep? Who's waking up to drag you home when you're drunk and all alone? Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? It ain't me. The Bowery, a whiskey neat, grateful. I'm so grateful. It ain't me. The Bowery, a whiskey neat, grateful. I'm so grateful. It ain't me. I had a dream. We were back to 17, summer nights and the libertines, never growing up. I'll take with me the Polaroids and the memories, but you know I'm gonna leave behind the worst of us. Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? Who's gonna rock you when the sun won't let you sleep? Who's waking up to drag you home when you're drunk and all alone? Who's gonna walk you through the dark side of the morning? It ain't me. No, no. It ain't me. No. I'm so grateful it ain't me. It ain't me. It ain't me.
Every time I think of you, I get a shot right through into a bolt of blue. It's no problem of mine, but it's a problem I find, living a life that I can't leave behind. There's no sense in telling me the wisdom of a fool won't set you free, but that's the way that it goes, and it's what nobody knows. And every day my confusion grows. Every time I see you falling, I get down on my knees and pray. I'm waiting for that final moment. You say the words that I can't say. I feel fine and I feel good. I feel like I never should. Whenever I get this way, I just don't know what to say. Why can't we be ourselves like we were yesterday? I'm not sure what this could mean. I don't think you're what you seem. I do admit to myself that if I hurt someone else, then I'll never see just what we're meant to be. Every time I see you falling, I get down on my knees and pray. I'm waiting for that final moment. You say the words that I can't say. Every time I see you falling, I'll get down on my knees and pray. I'm waiting for that final moment. You say the words that I can't say.
Sunday morning rain is falling. Still some colors share some skin. And clouds are shrouding us in moments unforgettable. You twisted, fit the mold that I am in. But things just get so crazy living. Life gets hard to do. And I would gladly hit the road, get up and go if I knew that someday it would lead me back to you. That someday it would lead me back to you. That may be all I need. Darkness, she is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. I'm driving slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to leave. My fingers trace your every outline. Yeah. Paint a picture with my hands. No, no. Back and forth we sway like branches in a storm. Change the weather, still together when it ends. Oh, that may be all I need. Darkness, she is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. I'm driving slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to leave. Yeah.
Some people live for the fortune. Some people live just for the fame. Some people live for the power, yeah. Some people live just to play the game. Some people think that the physical things define what's within, and I've been there before. That life's a bore, so full of the superficial, and some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you, yeah. Some people search for a fountain, promises forever young. You know, some people need 3 dozen roses, and that's the only way to prove you love them. Hand me the world on a silver platter, and what good would it be with no one to share, with no one who truly cares for me? And some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you, you, you. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you, yeah. If I ain't got you with me, baby, oh, ooh, said nothing in this whole wide world don't mean a thing if I ain't got you with me, baby.
When you try your best and you don't succeed, when you get what you want but not what you need, when you feel so tired but you can sleep, stuck in reverse, when the tears come streaming down your face, 'cause you lose something you can't replace, when you love someone but it goes to waste, what could be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I let it fall. My heart, and as it fell, rose to clay. It was dark, and I was over until you kissed my lips and you saved me. My hands, they're strong, but my knees are far too weak. I stand in your arms without falling to your feet. But there's a side to you that I never knew of the things you'd say. They were never true the games you played. You would always win, always win. But I said, fall to the rain, watch it pour as I touch your face. Well, it burned while I cried, 'cause I heard you screaming out your name, your name. When I lay with you, I could stay there, close my eyes when you heal. Forever, you and me together, nothing gets better. But there's a side to you that I never knew. All the things you say, they were never true in the games you played. You would always win, always win. But I said, fire to the rain, watch it pour as I touch your face. Well, it burned while I cried, 'cause I heard it screaming out your name, your name. I said, fire to the rain, and I threw us into the flames. Well, I felt something die, 'cause I knew that was the last time, last time. Sometimes I wake up by the door and heard you calling, must be waiting for you. Even now when we're already over, I can't help myself, I'm looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. I said, fire to the rain, watch it pour as I touch your face. Well, it burned while I cried, 'cause I heard it screaming out your name, your name. I said, fire to the rain, and I threw us into the flames. Well, I felt something die, 'cause I knew that was the last time, last time. Oh, no, let it burn. Oh, let it burn. Let it burn. If you could return, don't let it burn, don't let it fade. I'm sure I'm not being rude, but it's just your attitude. It's tearing me apart, it's ruining everything. I swore I would be true, and honey, so did you. So why were you holding her hand? Is that the way we stand? Were you lying all the time? Was it just a game to you? But I'm in so deep. You know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have have to, do you have to, do you have to let it linger? Oh, I thought the world of you. I thought nothing could go wrong, but I was wrong, I was wrong. If you could get by, trying not to lie, things wouldn't be so confused, and I wouldn't feel so used, but you always really knew, I just wanna be with you, but I'm in so deep, you know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. Oh, do you have to let it linger? Do you have to, do you have to, do you have to let it linger? So deep, you know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. Oh, do you have to let it linger? Do you have to, do you have to, do you have to let it linger?
Swing, spin, step. You ain't the shoe.
done me, and you bet I felt it. I tried to be chill, but you're so hot that I melted. I fell right through the cracks, and now I'm trying to get back. Before the cool done run out, I'll be giving it my bestest, and nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win some or learn some, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn, you're free. I look into your heart and you'll find love, 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 love. Listen to the music of the moment, dance and sing. We're just one big family, and it's our God intends it right to be loved, love, 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 love. So I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. Do you want to come? Scooch on over closer, dear. I'll whisper in your ear. Oh yes, love, 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 love you, love you, love. I've been spending way too long checking my tongue in the mirror and bending over backwards just to try to see it clearer. But my breath fogged up the glass, and so I drew a new face and I laughed. I guess what I'll be saying is there ain't no better reason to rid yourself of vanities and just go with the seasons. Is what we aim to do. Our name is our virtue, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. And open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn, you're free. I look into your heart and you'll find that the sky is yours. So please don't, there's no need to complicate, 'cause our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. Oh. Singing I'm yours.
I like that. That was fun.
Clock strikes on the hour and the sun begins to fade. Still enough time to figure out how to chase my blues away.
loneliness go. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. I've been out and lost my senses, spinning through this town. Sooner or later the fever ends, and I wind up feeling down. I need a man who will take a chance on a love that burns hot enough to last. And when the night falls, my lonely heart goes. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Don't you wanna dance with me, baby? Don't you wanna dance with me, boy? Don't you wanna dance with me, baby? With somebody who loves me. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. When you were here before, couldn't look you in the eye. You're just like an angel. Skin makes me cry. You flow like a fan in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so very special. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice when I'm not around.
You're so very special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. And she is running out the door. She's running. She runs, she runs, she runs. Whatever makes you happy, whatever you want. You're so very special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here.
Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change, and in the bad times I fear myself.
Tell me something, boy. Aren't you tired trying to fill that void? Or do you need more? Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change, and in the bad times I fear myself. I'm off the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never meet the ground. much as I dive in, I'll never meet the ground. Crash through the surface where they can't hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow, in the shallow, in the shallow, we're far from the shallow now. Party girl, don't get hurt, can't feel anything when we lie. I push it down, I push it down. Say I'm the one for a good time, call phones blowing up, they're ringing my doorbell. I feel the love, I feel the love. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. Throw back till I lose count. I'm gonna swing from the chandelier, from the chandelier. I'm gonna live like tomorrow doesn't exist, like it doesn't exist. I'm gonna fly like a bird all night, feel my tears as they dry, and I wanna swing from the chandelier, from the chandelier. But I'm holding on to life, won't look down, won't open my eyes. Keep my glass for until morning light, 'cause I'm just holding on for the night. Tell me I'm holding on for the year. Won't look down, won't open my eyes. Keep my glass for until morning light, 'cause I'm just holding on for the night, on for the night. Yeah. Sun is up, I'm a mess. Gotta get out now, gotta run from this. Here comes the shame, here comes the shame. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. Throw 'em back till I lose count. I wanna swing from the chandelier, from the chandelier. I'm gonna live like tomorrow doesn't exist, like it doesn't exist. I'm gonna fly like a bird all the night, feel my tears as they dry, and I wanna swing from the chandelier, from the chandelier. But I'm holding on to life, won't look down, won't open my eyes. Keep my glass full until morning light, 'cause I'm just holding on for the night. Help me, I'm holding on for the light. Won't look down, won't open my eyes. Keep my glass full until morning light, 'cause I'm just holding on for the night. Yeah, on for the night, yeah, on for the night. Yeah, I'm just holding on for the night. Just holding on for the night, on for the night, on for the night. Yeah, I'm just holding on for the night. I'm just holding on for the night. Just holding on for the night, on for the
There's no combination of words I could put on the back of a postcard. The song that I can sing, but I can try for your heart. Our dreams, they are made out of real things, like a shoebox of photographs with sepia tone loving. Love is the answer, at least for most of the questions in my heart. Like, why are we here and where do we go and how come it's so hard? It's not always easy and sometimes life can be deceiving. I'll tell you one thing, it's always better when we're together. It's always better when we're together. Yeah, we look at the stars when we're together. Well, it's always better when we're together. Yeah, it's always better when we're together.
And all of these moments just might find their way into my dreams tonight. But I know that they'll be gone when the morning light sings and brings new things. For tomorrow night you see that they'll be gone too. Too many things I have to do. But if all of these dreams might find their way into my day-to-day scene, I'd be under the impression I was somewhere in between, with only two, just me and you. Not so many things we got to do, or places we got to be. We'll sit beneath the mango tree now. Yeah, it's always better when we're together. We're somewhere in between together. Well, it's always better when we're together. Yeah, it's always better when we're together. I believe in memories, they look so pretty when I sleep. Ain't nothing. When I wake up, you look so pretty, sleeping next to me. But there is not enough time. There is no song I could sing. And there is no combination of words I could say. But I will still tell you one thing, we're better together. hearts alive, firestorm. When they strike, feel the love. Sparks on fire, they ignite our bones. And when they strike, we light up the world. And we light up the world. I'm from X, you're from Y. Perfect strangers in the night. Here we all come together. To the world we'll testify. Our hearts alive, firestorm. And when they strike, we feel the love. Sparks will fly, they ignite our bones. And when they strike, we light up the world. You've been running around, running around, running around, throwing that dirt all on my name. Cause you knew that I knew that I knew that I'd call you up. You've been going around, going around, going around every party in LA. Cause you knew that I knew that I knew that I'd be at one. Oh, I know that trust is coming, perfume regret. You got me thinking about when you were mine. Oh, and now I'm all up on you. What you expect? But you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention. You don't want my heart. Baby, you just hate the thought of me with someone new. Yeah, you just want attention. I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'll never get over you. You've been running around, throwing that dirt all on my name. Cause you knew that I knew that I knew that I'd call you up. Baby, now that we're right here standing face to face. You already know that you won. Oh, I know that trust is karma. You regret. You got me thinking about when you were You got me thinking about when you were mine. And now I'm all up on what you expect. But you're not coming home with me tonight.
One, two, three, test. 1, 2, 3, test. Testing, testing, testing. One, two, three. Is it okay? No? Hello. 1, 2, 3. Nice to meet you. Maros. Ruben. Hello. 1, 2, 3, test. 1, 2, 3, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Testing, okay.
Now here you go again. You say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel it. But listen carefully to the sound of your loneliness. It's like a heartbeat drives you mad in the stillness of a memory. What you had, what you lost, what you had, what you lost. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. I say women, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you'll know
ha hecho prueba?
I want you by my side so that I'll never feel alone again. They've always been so kind, but now they've brought you away from here. I hope they didn't get your mind. Your heart is too strong anyway. We need to fetch back the time they have stolen from us.
I want you, we can bring it on the floor. We never danced like this before. We don't talk about it, dancing on, doing the boogie all night long. Stoned in paradise, we don't talk about it. I want you, we can bring it on the floor. We never danced like this before. We don't talk about it, dancing on, doing the boogie all night long. Stoned in paradise, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. Coldest winter for me. No sun is shining anymore. The only thing I feel is pain caused by absence of you. Suspense controlling my mind. I cannot find a way out of here. I want you by my side so that I'll never feel alone again. I want you, we can bring it on the floor. We never danced like this before. We don't talk about it, dancing on, doing the boogie all night long. Stoned in paradise, we don't talk about it. I want you, we can bring it on the floor. We never danced like this before. We don't talk about it, dancing on, doing the boogie all night long. Stoned in paradise, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. I want you by my side so that I'll never feel alone again. From walking home.
Hola. Hello, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch break. Our next guest is a test automation lover and a frequent conference speaker. He may not be the creator of Selenium, but he's the creator of the Yaseku automation testing framework. Let's welcome Maros Kutsi.
Hello. welcome to my presentation about software testing is negotiation. At the beginning, I would like to introduce myself, and I'm coming from Slovakia. You see the Slovakia, this red dot on the map, and from the east part of Slovakia, from city Košice, so not Bratislava, the capital, but the second biggest city, Košice, as you can see, very nice city on the picture. And I worked there as technical QA lead at NAS Digital Engineering. If you'd like to contact me, do not hesitate to send me an email or contact me via LinkedIn. You will see also the QR code at the end of my presentation. When I was reading a book, Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss, the book about negotiation techniques, I was thinking about how I can use the principles from this book in daily life as a software tester, as a QA engineer. And today, I would like to share with you the outcomes of my research. My presentation will be structured like this. At the beginning, there will be some introduction about negotiation, and then I will introduce you to 5 negotiation techniques, which I will apply in 4 situations from the life of a tester. And we can start discussion about negotiation, basically what is negotiation, and maybe we can say that life is negotiation. And many situations during our daily life are some discussions, and we can say that it's negotiation. And software testing is part of the life. So basically there are 2. First is we want to gather some information, and second one, we want to influence the behavior of the person which we are talking to. And if we should summarize the definition, maybe we can say that negotiation is communication with the results, because we communicate with somebody and we want to have some good results for us. So let's start with the first technique.